my pain. Oh, Lady Lord, she asked me what I made. Oh, Lady Lord, every time I open my mouth, she steps in trying to put me out. How could she be so wrong? Oh, Lady Lord, she's my mother-in-law. Oh, Lady Lord, oh, Lady Lord, she's my mother-in-law. Oh, Lady Lord, she's my mother-in-law. She's my mother. She's my mother-in-law. Oh, Lady Lord, yeah, she's my mother. She's my mother-in-law. Oh, Lady Lord, don't you know she's my mother? She's my mother-in-law. Oh, Lady Lord, she's my mother-in-law. Buenos dias. Good morning. I know it's wonderful networking, but we want to start at about 9 or 9:05. So grab your cafecitos, grab your muffins, grab your breakfast, and start finding your tables, okay? You're in for a fun-filled, exciting day, and we'd like to start on time because we also have a live stream. So grab your cafecitos, and I'll see you soon.
Oye, cayuco, oye, mi cha cha cha. Pero mira, baila, 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 cayuquín, como tú bailas, como tú gozas mi cha cha cha. Oye, cayuco, oye, mi cha cha cha. Baila, 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 cayuquín, como tú bailas, como tú agitas mi cha cha cha. Baby, I don't know what it is about you that makes me love you so. I don't know. And when you're holding my hand, something happens to me.
feel it way down low. I don't know. Now I can hold you because you are so fine. And I thank my lucky stars for the day I made you mine. And if you ever go, I'd be lost without you, and it would hurt me so. Way down low. Aha! What's up? Now I can hold you because you are so fine. And I thank my lucky stars for the day I made you mine. And if you ever go, I'd be lost without you, and it would hurt me so. Way down low. Baby, I don't know why I love you so. Hey baby, where you going? Put you frito. Fried pickles and some more fried. Venga más. Fried pickles and some more fried. Mira qué rico está esto. Fried pickles and some more fried. Fried pickles and some more fried.
Maria Harlow, are you here? If you're here, raise your hand, please. There she is. We're going to start in about 4 minutes, okay, everyone? So grab your coffees, your snacks, your breakfast.
Guajira, vacila mi guajira. Guajira, vacila mi guajira. Ain't got no money.
Thank you.
Look what you can get. Ain't got no money. Look what you can get.
As you're sitting at your tables, take a look at your networking tips. This is pretty clever. It's from Liberty Bank, and it shows you how to check out your code for LinkedIn, and that way you can start networking. Because if you do not make one contact and you leave this room, you have not had a successful day. So make sure that you take a look on your tables, okay? The networking tips from Liberty Bank. It's 9:05. If people are still outside, please take their seats. Por favor. Okay, we are about to start. The ladies who are outside, can you come in and find a seat, please? No, not yet. I'm going to call you. Hola, hola. Are we ready? I love the energy. I love it. Buenos dias. This is the official start. Good morning. How awesome to see these beautiful faces. Everybody's smiling. I can see a lot of cafecitos been perking. Wonderful. I am so honored to be here. I cannot tell you, I was really looking forward to this day. Bienvenidos and welcome to the Latinas in Power Symposium, the 20th anniversary. Can you believe it? El labor de amor de Marilyn. And a very special welcome to our high school students. Where are you? Where are you, high school students? Oh, they're still coming. We can't forget our youth, so I really want to make sure to shout them out. I'll shout them out later on in the program. But I am Yvette Peña, the Vice President of Audience Strategy at AARP. And I have been given the honor and privilege to be up on this platform to open up for Marilyn Alverio, who has created this type of gathering for over 20 years. Again, I've been invited and I'm excited because it is an honor and a privilege. And this partnership has come to me through Nora Duncan, who is the AARP Connecticut State President, and our beautiful volunteers. Where are you, volunteers? Woo! And it gives me the opportunity to witness the growth and the impact of Marilyn's vision. So gracias, Marilyn, for your vision and for giving us a place, a safe space in this room today. Whether you're here in person or virtually, you already have the power because you have chosen to be here this morning. And I know that right now and in this morning, this session, it's a good time to tap into your inner power. Who's ready to tap into your inner power? Who is ready? It's important because you will get out of this session whatever you put in. And as Latinos, we hold a special strength that's passed down to us by our ancestors. And we must start acknowledging and understanding and feeding that strength with information and resources to keep it shining. And guess what? This is what we're here to do today. Latinas in Power has impacted thousands of professionals and entrepreneurs from across the country with a mission to inspire, to motivate, and to encourage Latinos to succeed despite their background, their race, their religion, and their age. No matter at what point you are in your lives, we all have a leader and an entrepreneurial side inside of us. We need to tune into our strength and silence the voice in our heads that tells us the opposite. So who here has ever doubted themselves despite of what you're capable of? All of us. And we have to really let it go. Because this happens to all of us, especially women, Latinas. However, we need to start believing more in ourselves. And to do that, we have to surround ourselves with the right mentors and advisors. I also say, look for the positive people. I have had the privilege of growing up surrounded by fierce poderosas, as I call them, the Peña sisters, my mom and my aunts, who immigrated from the Dominican Republic to New York City to give my mom and their kids a better life, for me to be able to live my American dream. They knew little or no English, and they worked multiple jobs with long shifts. I barely saw my mother, who was a single mother of two, to pay for our expenses, to pay for education, and my mom to eventually start her own business. My mom saved enough money. She opened up a bakery in New York City called Las Tres Estrellas Bakery. It was the hit of the block. She was not a baker. She was not a chef. She was not Cuban, but she had a lot of passion. She had a lot of passion. And in a few years, she was famous on 101st Street in Amsterdam in New York City. So she showed us, her kids, her family, that we could do anything if we put our minds to it. To me, she is that little voice in my head that says, sí se puede. Gracias. I feel her today. She's been a little sick. I always say that I come from a line of women who were aware of their power and decided to share it with the world. To talk about myself, I have to talk about them. Their legacy lives in me. Every time I feel lost or I doubt myself, I think of them. I think of their legacy and how I want them to remember me and how I want mi familia to remember me. I invite you to do the same. Whenever you doubt yourself, think of your path, everything that led you to where you are today, and the legacy you want to be behind. Legacy is a big word no matter what age you are. Be proud of what you conquered. Surround yourself with the right people. Look for mentors and always look to continue to grow and grow your network. Make sure you take a look at that little stand on your tables because that's how you can start. That LinkedIn QR code. If you leave this room and you haven't connected with one person, I think you're doing yourself a disservice. You can start doing all this networking and all this empowerment right here. But I want to tell you a little bit about how I put these things to practice with the advocacy and the work that I lead at AARP. It's very important work. For me, I call it my heart work because it's how I can connect to the communities that we serve. And at AARP, we know that everyone needs a support system. We are a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization focused on advocating what really matters to families: health security, financial resilience, social connection. This brings me to think about all of the vendors that were outside. Think about all of the important things that they bring. Make sure that during the breaks, you go out there, you pick up a flyer, you make a connection. It's very important. We know that without your salud, dinero y amor, it'll be difficult to live a fulfilling life. How many of you agree with that? Salud, dinero y amor. Those are things that you need to have in order no matter what age you are. Because imagine, without your health, you can't do much in this world. And the mission that I help to lead at AARP is to reach out to all of the communities and to be part of each individual person's network. How do we make a vision to come to life? We offer free information and resources to multi-generational families nationwide with a special focus on underrepresented communities that we are constantly facing a lot of disparities. In your goodie bags, there's a little pouch that my team at República Havas and AARP put together for you. There's information here on health, wealth, and self, and a little fan for the summer. Make sure you really take a look at these. There are QR codes. We do have AARP Connecticut volunteers here because what makes me happiest is when I can give out information and I can help to support you. Let me tell you a little bit about dinero, your dinero. We know that Latinas have extremely low rates of financial literacy. Many are unbanked, which is problematic when it comes to savings and investing. And on top of that, Latinos have very limited access to credit and very low interest rates. That makes it hard, if not impossible, to get sustainable loans, open a business, buy a car, a house, and pay for your children's education. So to all of you, especially to the younger folks in attendance when they come in, remember these things. I want to tell you that the time is now. I was talking outside to someone, and we were talking about that the time is now. Why do you have to wait to do things? Now's the time to save, to plan for the future. Because let me tell you something. With all of the advancements in technology and science and medicine, a lot of us are going to live past 100. Think about that. So you need to engage in these conversations about finances, talk about it. It's true. It's true. You're going to live past 100, but you have to be ready. So you need to engage in these conversations, as you are all doing, about finances, developing a healthy relationship with money, and recommending, to maybe find a financial advisor, but not everybody can afford that. There are a lot of tools out there. At AARP, we have one called Money Map. It's free and easy to use, and it helps you to create a clear, personalized plan of action for your debts, for budgeting, for savings, and other things. And again, the palm cards give you that information. Now let's talk about amor. And it's not the amor you see in the telenovelas. I know we all love the drama, because I do, but there's another type of love that's incomparably pure, and that is the love of a caregiver, the love the caregiver gives to the person who receives it. How many of you out here care for someone, a family member, a neighbor, an abuelita, an abuelito? That's a lot of us. And I was watching one of the morning shows today, and one of Bruce Willis's daughters was talking about the caregiving journey of her sisters, her mom, her stepmom. It's real. It's real, and it's happening to all of us, and we just have to be aware, identify, and find out the tools. So AARP is also here for you when it comes to caregiving. We know that every day that you perform a labor of love, caring for one of your parents, an abuelito, a tia, an uncle, a child with a disability, we know that they want to remain in their homes, and that is where they want to be. And that's why your role is so important. It's not an easy task. And at AARP, we work with governors, we work with state legislators, and community partners to support you through this journey. We've also developing caregiving guides to answer some of your questions. And again, sharing these resources is really what brings me joy. It's my heart work. I want to make sure that everybody knows where to go, knows what to do to, live a better life. I want to thank my AARP team at República Havas for making all of these resources available, for also preparing me today, so that you can all live una vida plena, una vida llena de salud, dinero y amor. This is our hard work. This is my hard work. So take the time to take care of your 3 pillars. I see our high school students. Bienvenidas. I have shouted you out since I started because it's very important. You missed some of my words, but I will connect with all of you later. It's important to have you. You are nuestro futuro. So be the change you want to see. Be the change in your community. Volunteer. Recognize your power and let it shine. Muchas gracias. And now's a great part of the morning. We need to welcome these amazing poderosas that I will have the honor of sharing the stage with today. Our panel, Latinas in Power, the Power of Advocacy, they have so many stories to share with you. So if you can come up to the stage, Maria F. Harlow, Executive Director of the United Way of Meridian Wallingford at Connecticut. Caprice Taylor Mendez, President, Universal Healthcare Foundation at Connecticut. And Moni Ruiz Velasco, Deputy Director at Equity, Illinois. And ladies, thank you so much for being part of this panel. Advocacy is such a very important part of everything that we do. And it's such a powerful group of diverse Latinas. And again, it's a pleasure for me to be up here with you. I would love to ask a question to all of the panelists. And Maria, if you could start answering this question. Can all of you share details about a specific moment when you felt empowered by advocating for others? And do you feel that this advocacy has played a role in your personal fulfillment?
Absolutely. I'm going to start with a funny anecdote. I had recently started my job as an executive director at the Spanish community of Wallingford. We have people from my former team here. Amazing Latinas. And at that time, the former school superintendent of Wallingford Public Schools was starting his job too. So we started developing this professional relationship. And one day I received an email from him saying, Maria, we need to discuss truancy in the Mexican community. So I got red, because to me, in my mind, because we're constantly translating from Spanish to English, truan is a bad person. So I was ready to fire up. And then I went back and I said, let me check the dictionary first. So, thank God I did. So because of that, it was important that the public schools understand the nuances of our community. In this case, the Mexican community, that is the majority of the Latino community in Wallingford. And we started this wonderful relationship where it was important to empower our community to be able to support the academic success of their children. They very much wanted that, but they didn't necessarily have the tools. In addition to that, going into the public schools can be a very intimidating experience. It was for me that I speak English. I used to accompany families to events. And because of that, we decided with Dr. Menso, the school superintendent, if our families are not going to the schools, we're going to bring the public schools to the families. Yes. So we started this wonderful program to teach our families how they can support the academic success of their children, how they can put everything in place to make sure that kids are engaged, that the families are engaged. So the schools, every single person, every single school principal, teachers, everybody came to our agency. And it was a very empowering experience for me and for my team, because then after that, we became very strong advocates of our children and their parents.
Yeah. The kids are our future, and whatever we can do to help a child also helps the family.
Absolutely.
Caprice?
I thought about this answer, and I went to bed last night, and my dream told it all. So I'm going to share what I dreamt of, which was kind of nightmarish. The police were after me. There was something that I did that I don't know what I did, why they were after me, and wanted to separate me from my family and my dog. A little tug, I love him. And I was so nervous, and I wanted to go to the supermarket, and I'm like, do I have to change the hour that I'm going to the supermarket because I might get separated from my loved ones? And that reminded me of what I was meant to share today, which was at the age of 10, that very same scenario was taking place at my house. The police knocked on the door. Turned out it was someone who crashed the car in the neighborhood, and the police thought they ran through our yard. And my parents, for the first time in my life, saw them so afraid. And they said, we lost our children. Vamos a perder todo. Nos van a separar. Nunca nos vamos a ver. And they didn't realize I heard this. And so I also was trying to figure out what was going on, and I remembered when I was working at the Community Foundation for Greater New Haven, and my job was to give away money in support of immigrants and folks who were formerly incarcerated, making their lives better. And in that meeting with my colleagues, someone said, I don't believe a teenager doesn't know the word was illegal that was used. And I said, I believe it, And they went back and forth. No, I even asked a teenage boy, do you know if you're illegal or not? And they said, of course I'm not. And there you go. And I sat there with my colleagues. I just started the job, wanting to get along with folks, wanting to do a good job. And I realized all of a sudden, I remembered my 10-year-old self, the fear, and we never spoke about that moment. Up until I was in college, at the age of 16, we were able to get our green cards here in Connecticut, here in the capital of Hartford. My parents said to me, whatever you're doing in school, we don't even care if it's exams. You need to leave college. I was paying for my undergrad, had 3 jobs, Boston College. You need to leave to come to Hartford. It's very important. So I made it to Hartford, and that's when I found out we were undocumented. And a lot of things made sense that day, of which, in that meeting with colleagues, I said, not only do we need to support immigrants with these limited funds that we have, but specifically undocumented. Everyone else thinks immigrants who have papers are good. Those who are undocumented are criminals. Mm-hmm. And we need to make sure that we stand by all of humans. Everyone deserves a right to make a living, to support their families, and be safe. And telling the story, and I shared my story that I forgot. I literally forgot up until that point in time in that meeting room. And I realized then that was my purpose at that moment, to make sure that when Trump was in office at that time, and I heard of children going to the hospital, and it was stress, it was anxiety, it was depression, children from what was happening at a national level, hurting families here at home. So what gets me passionate and drives me is still recognizing every human deserves peace. Every human deserves to love who they love and not feel being separated, including from my dog, Tug. Thank you.
Blessed are those who have been able to work with you and live that advocacy, because that is a true way to impact lives. What a powerful story.
Yeah.
Moni?
Yeah, well, thank you. This is such an honor to be up here with all of you. So thank you for having me. I've had the privilege to have lots of different roles in my career, and one of the most meaningful some of the most meaningful work I did was I got to do some advocacy work around policy and passing bills in the state of Illinois where I live. And one of the bills we had been trying to pass for several years was a bill to make sure that undocumented students had access to financial aid because they're cut off of federal financial aid. And we tried for several years and we couldn't pass it. And the final year that we tried, we were looking at it more inclusively. Who else is left out of federal financial aid? And we realized that there are some transgender students who are also left out of federal financial aid. And so we rewrote the bill to include them. And we were successful that year. We passed it. It was like the strongest version of the bill we could have passed. It included everyone who had been left out of federal financial aid. And it was so amazing to see the students who were engaged, because we had students from all the different universities who were engaged, the different advocacy groups who were engaged, coming around the table together, talking about issues that maybe they weren't always talking about before. So we had Equality Illinois, which is where I work now, that's actually how I started working with them, came to the table and said, okay, we need to advocate for undocumented students. We had undocumented students and groups that worked with immigrants who were advocating for LGBT rights. And it was just a beautiful kind of merging together of all of these different groups and different communities, and also really, for me personally, being able to kind of bring my whole self in to that work and see the impact that it has had. That was a bill that passed now 5 years ago in Illinois. And since then, there's been additional funding given, in the state for it. And there's just students who are able to go to school, are able to afford, college at all the different levels because of the work that was done in this big collective group over the years. And I had the privilege to be a part of, kind of leading that work. So it's, I've had so many different advocacy experiences that have been transformative for me and for the communities that I work with. And I feel, very privileged that have changed my life too. It's not just the lives of folks that I work with.
Very powerful work and really impacting. To impact it on the policy side is very difficult. So I know how hard it is. We do that a lot at AARP. So congratulations. And what I see here is that every story that was told involved our youth. So are you listening? It's very important because you are our future leaders, and all of the work that's happening here is work that you will pick up, especially advocating for so many different things in the areas of health, wealth, and self that will impact not only your lives, but the lives of your communities that you live in. So Caprice, tell us about your first volunteer experience. You had, when we spoke before this panel, you had given us some stories that at the age of 15, you were doing some volunteering. And how has this helped you to organize yourself to have this position of president of Universal Healthcare Foundation? And how did you learn to identify the key issues in the community and to be that voice of change?
Great question. So I was sharing earlier, at the age of 15, my dad was the executive director at Junta for Progressive Action. And I was interested in being useful, having purpose, giving back to community, and wanted my dad to give me the chance to teach English as a second language, because he'd come home from work and he'd say, I can't find someone to teach English as a second language. I can't find someone that I could actually afford to pay. And I said, I'll do it for free. And I wrote down on a piece of paper my qualifications. I taught my Uncle Manuel how to read in English. I shared with my mom difficult words along the way in my life. And I was qualified, where I even purchased teaching English workbook that I would do with family when they would come from Guatemala. So I was like, 15 years of this, I'm qualified. And so the first week I was beaming, just to know people were so grateful, the adults in the room. They were paying attention to what I would say. They'd ask me questions. And then they'd come back to me and say, hey, what I learned in class the other week, that really helped me. And this is how it helped me. And it just fed my spirit in a way that I'm like, oh, this is gold. This is pure gold. And I realized systems change was the way, where it wasn't enough to do service, but over and over the 30 plus years of nonprofit work, so many people were going through the same struggles. And I realized I needed to be part of changing the root causes of the common problems, heartaches, low income, not enough money for healthcare, all of these things that jeopardize folks' well-being. So I decided to try to understand how to impact systems, and I realized we can't do it alone. And the more we get together with other folks who are going through the same thing, then we can exercise power. Everything we care about in this society, it was a group of people who cared and had a shared vision that made it possible, whether it's sick days, whether it's holidays. You see where I'm going here? Break from work. everybody came together with a shared vision, made it possible. So that became my passion, advocacy, gathering folks together. And when I was in rooms, and often, and many of you being the only Latinas, only Central American, only Puerto Rican, we have a unique perspective, and our superpower is we understand how hard and difficult life can be. That is our superpower. And when we use that experience and that wisdom, translate it for change, oh, nothing can stop. The world is meant to be better, and we're the ones who are bringing that into reality.
So in my opening, I talked about now. So now's the time to find out what's wrong in your communities. Where can you serve? Where can you help? Can you help a neighbor? Can you help out in your job? Can you help out in a community development center? The time is now. What a powerful story.
Can I add one last piece? The time is now. As president of Universal Healthcare Foundation, I have the privilege to work with and support as a partner, as an ally, various groups of people who are gathering, including today. There is a push in Connecticut to make sure that all children, including up to the age 25, where right now, if you're 15, too bad, you can't have access to health insurance. Imagine that. A lot of folks don't even know that's the reality. So there is a Husky for Immigrant campaign that is saying our elected officials need to do right by our children and provide access to healthcare regardless of immigration status. And you can, on your phone, dial 78757, and in that message, type Husky, and it will connect you to elected officials who are waiting to hear from Connecticut folks. Do you even care about this issue? So there's an invitation. Thank you. I'm complete.
Moni, I want to take a little bit of time on your experiences with advocacy. As a human rights advocate, an attorney, having provided legal counsel and representation to thousands of immigrants and their families with a focus on women, LGBTQ survivors of crimes, and other vulnerable populations, how have you seen communities work towards addressing happiness through the lens of visibility to help individuals live life authentically?
Oh, I love that question. It's a wonderful question. Well, I think, one thing, sometimes advocacy seems like a big word, like this thing that other people do. And I think it's important to remember that we're always advocating. As kids, we're advocating to get our parents to get us what we want, or to go this way instead of that way. As teenagers, we're advocating for more freedom. So we're always advocating and organizing. Sometimes we organize with our siblings to make sure our parents are doing what we want them to do, right? So it's something that is very innate and natural. And then as we get older, sometimes because of these oppressive systems that exist, we get lost. And so I think it's important to kind of go back and remember we all are advocates, and we just have to find the right channel and the tools, right? Because we have them. They're inside us. And, I've had the privilege to do all of this work with amazing, resilient people. And we often, celebrate resiliency so much in our community, but we shouldn't have to be so resilient. And so I think that goes back to the systems work and really, creating systems so that we don't have to be so resilient in all of our work. I did immigrant rights work for 25 years, both representing people directly, direct representation in the services, direct services, and then doing advocacy work and policy work, and did a little shift in my career to do my advocacy focused on LGBT rights and LGBTQ communities. And as a queer Mexican woman, it was a really hard path for me to live authentically as myself. I grew up in a very conservative family, who is now amazing and supportive and very great. But even growing up, I didn't have all the words to express who I was. I didn't I never saw, women together who had families and children when I was growing up. That wasn't something that was part of my experience. And so sometimes it's hard to imagine the world that you haven't seen or reality that you haven't experienced. And it took me a long time to get to be able to be at a place where I could live authentically and fully and as myself. And, engaging in advocacy work, both on the immigrant rights side. My parents were immigrants. I was always trying to, you want to make your parents proud. They worked so hard, sacrificed so much to come to this country. They were undocumented. And then, being queer and being able to break through all of these systems and machismo and like expectations that we have set for us, particularly as women. It was a tough journey that I think, obviously I'm in a different place. And now, I tell everyone my job is to be a professional gay. That is the best job I've ever had. I think being able to really work across communities, being able to celebrate Pride, it's the first day of Pride Month, so happy Pride. And one other thing I just want to say, and I hear you on your advocacy, because we wouldn't be advocates if we didn't have a call to action today for everyone who's here. And, Pride is a great month to celebrate the LGBT community, but we're here every day of the year. And I think in particular, we are seeing this year alone over 700 anti-LGBT bills that have been introduced across the country, just this year alone. That's almost 3 times as many as were introduced last year. And that was more than had been introduced in like 6 years combined. So the attacks against our community are here, they're strong, and they're moving forward. They're organized, they're well-funded. In Illinois, we have been able to secure really important protections for people, both who are in Illinois and people who are coming to Illinois. But every state around us has banned gender-affirming care. So I just want to say, to everyone here, it is important, so important to have these conversations in our families, so you can start there. It is really important to stand up to the bullies who are trying to push us into places that we came out of a long time ago. And again, like making sure that everyone is channeling their advocacy all the time. It's not just something that you have to do for work or you have to do it full time like we do. It's something that we do every day in our lives as parents, as professionals, as women. So, if we stand up for our queer women, if we stand up for our trans siblings, if we stand up, and make sure that it's important for all of us to take action together and not, let our racist uncle on the holidays make, terrible homophobic comments, but to really say, hey, let's have this conversation, and this is why it's important. So we need to make it easier so that people don't have the harder journeys like I did and other folks here have. So.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is what authenticity looks like. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your stories. And I love that you said that we are all advocates. Let's remember also that it is Pride Month, and see what you can do to make a difference during Pride Month. Thank you so much, Moni. Yeah. Maria. Could you tell us a little bit about your professional and personal experiences and how you turned volunteering into advocacy? And was there a specific moment that changed your perspective on how we need to be active participants in our communities?
Yes. Because of volunteering, I ended up having my dream job, the job that I always wanted to have. When I was living in Fairfield County, I married my husband, moved to Wallingford, and I wanted to do something. I wanted to volunteer. And I reached out to the Spanish community of Wallingford, but with the mindset that I had so much to offer. Big head. I quickly realized when I joined the organization, I was invited to sit in the board of directors. I had no idea what that meant and what I had to do. But I had access to a tremendous amount of resources and opportunity to educate myself in that process. I don't know if Carmen Sierra is here, but I'm sure that she is, but she was one of the first ones supporting me in my career, in my effort. And because of that, because of the position that I had at a SCAO, the Spanish Community of Wallingford, I quickly started to get invited to sit at every single committee, board of directors, everything, because the community either needed to check the diversity box or because they genuinely wanted to reach out to the Hispanic community. But to me, every one of those opportunities was an opportunity to show the wider community who we are, what we are about, and the beauty of the wonders of the places where we come from. And also, by sitting there, I learned about the tremendous amount of opportunities that we have here in our community, in this country, in this state. And to me, it became significantly important to make sure that everyone in my community has access to those opportunities, because they are available to all of us, to everyone. So that to me became the goal, the engine that moves my career, to bring these opportunities to everyone in our community, Latinos, immigrants, and any other people of any race or any background, to make sure that we have the tools to be able to move up.
That's powerful. And did you all hear? Volunteering led her to her dream job. Mm-hmm.
So I strongly recommend everyone to volunteer, especially the young ones, but not necessarily the high school students, everyone, because when you volunteer, you have the opportunity to learn skills that are going to be very useful to you. You have the opportunity to develop a network that is going to be very useful to you. And also, talking about us being advocates, wherever we go, we are advocating for our community. We are sharing who we are, and we are showing everyone that doesn't have the luck to hang out with us, to get to know us, and to realize that we are, at the end of the day, we are all very similar, very much alike.
Wonderful, thank you. Here's a question for all the panelists. How can each of us become advocates from our homes and, really advocate for topics that matter and impact their homes, their lives, their community?
I can start. I mean, like I said earlier, I think we are all advocates, and sometimes it just feels like a big job, but it's really not. It's something that we do innately. There are so many different ways, especially I think right now, just given what's happening across the country, just getting involved locally, sometimes going to speak to your local school board at your local school board meeting, or calling up your state official to make sure that they hear from you and they're advocating for laws that you support or changes that you support. It makes such a huge difference for particularly elected officials to hear directly from folks in their community. They often hear from people, they hear a lot more from people who are against things than people who are for things. And so when they start getting a lot of calls of people who are for things, it actually makes a big, big difference. So, I think those are two easy ways. And then just connecting with groups on the ground that are already doing the work. So you could do kind of quick Google searches about, who's doing what and what issue is important to you. I think finding a place and the issue that is important to you personally and engaging initially that way will make a big difference.
And I agree, and exercise your voice and your power, including in voting.
Yeah.
When we don't show up, somebody else, a stranger, is deciding for you what values will be in place in policies and things that affect directly our quality of life here in Connecticut. And so truly registering to vote and exercising your vote. And the other piece is, it's so easy now with technology 78757 is a number, for example. And there's also something that I feel like, oh my gosh, I have so much work. I don't have time to go join a group. I don't have time to volunteer, but I really want to be part of making the world a better place. I have one of my go-tos called change.org. I look at what petitions are out there. And at the end of the year, they actually share what impact all of the signatures made on a variety of legislative initiatives, whether local or national. And it makes me feel so good that I was part of it. And so find that which you're passionate about, get educated and informed. And I really feel the best source of information are groups of people who are directly impacted by those issues and are working towards systems change. They are the leaders of what needs to get done and how. And so at Universal Healthcare Foundation here in Connecticut, we have a list of some of the groups that we've identified as those leaders in a variety of quality of health issues, because at the end of the day, that little bit of effort, you are literally saving lives. So thank you for being here today also and listening. So this is such a wonderful, inspiring space to know that people care enough to want to be better advocates.
Well, for me, as representative of the nonprofit community, I constantly hear that nonprofits are struggling to diversify their boards of directors. We're always looking for Hispanics to join our board of directors. Hi, Matt. So when you are invited to join a board, understand that this is a very important ask. And it is a significant, important service that you do to your community through that nonprofits. There are nonprofits that work in a variety of missions, so you will find something that you are passionate about. You will be able to educate that organization in the needs of our community, in how to better serve our community. And at the same time, because there is an opportunity of everything, you will develop your leadership skills. You will learn about the strategic planning. You will develop your network. So it's a win-win situation. I strongly encourage you to reach out to your local nonprofits and join their boards of directors. We need you.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a few more minutes until our hostess with the mostest joins us. If you had one message to give to the high school students that are here today, what would that message be?
I would say you're enough. Like, you've got it all inside. So don't feel like you have to change. And yeah, that's one. So I'll limit it to one.
No, you can go ahead. It's important. I hope that you're all listening, because I just feel it's important that Marilyn does that she invites high school students. It's important. It's not just us, the adults, but you are our future.
We were talking about this in our with my colleagues yesterday, of what does it mean to be Latina or Hispanic, or what term we choose to use, Latine. And in Connecticut, there are very rare spaces such as this, where we get to anchor our identity and pride in who we are, and know that we have potential to live into the dream, our highest and best dream. And as a high schooler growing up in Connecticut, that never existed for me. And I would say, support each other, believe in yourself and believe in each other, and be very vocal. Be your number one cheerleader, because the rest of the world says, you could wait next generation. I had a superintendent of a public school when I was doing education reform say, there's nothing wrong with Latinos being the carpenters, electricians, plumbers. They could wait to go to college. I say, no. You dream your dream, and don't let others define for you what you want to be. So help each other out, and be your #1 cheerleader.
And to me, definitely building up from what you're saying, Caprice, it comes back to opportunity. We have busy lives, we need to have fun, and please have fun, because then you're gonna be working a lot. But be very aware of your opportunities. Take advantage of them, be serious about it. Visualize yourself where you wanna go, where you wanna be, and just work for it. We're talking about what you are just saying. Marisa Cardona is sitting here. She's the wife of Miguel Cardona, our U.S. Secretary of Education. Definitely, we can get whatever we want, but we need to be focused and take advantage of the opportunities that are presented to us.
Absolutely. And I would say, take advantage of this room. Look around you. Network, find people, use the LinkedIn QR code. I think that's brilliant that's on the tables. Have a voice. You have to speak. Advocacy, it's about speaking. It's about reaching out for the issues and things that you believe in your community. You can start in your own school. You can start in a community development organization. Just be present. We want to hear your voices. Your voices are important. And like you said, yes, it is important. It is important to have a voice. And
Can I add one thing?
Absolutely.
Yeah, sorry. I think, just going back, I think it's important to also be who you are and be authentic to who you are. I think if you don't have that support, and we don't always have it, there are people who will support you and who will care for you and who will love you and who already do. So I think that's a message. And, I think that goes not just for young people, but for all of us, right? Mm-hmm. We need to find our way to live authentically.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah.
I have like 5 more minutes. Is there anything else that you'd like to share? We have a few more minutes before Madeline comes on. So I just want to really take advantage of this brain power that's up here. Anything we could have missed?
I just want to say, I so loved your opening. Yeah. And you called in our ancestors. And I'd love to spend some time in that. Because the Americas, we were here before Columbus, when we think about it. We belong here. And this feeling of that we don't belong, where do we belong, is really the biggest lie that was done to our people. And we are global. Our roots are African, indigenous of the Americas. I also have cousins who are Chinese Guatemalan. So if we truly embrace what does it mean to be Latina, Hispanic, Latino, Latinx, we are actually global. And what does that mean to our identity? Who are we? Where we are the colonizer and the colonized, the oppressor and the oppressed. And I invite us to actually take the time to think of not just the challenge, but the responsibility, and what you actually opened us with, the superpower. That if we are able to show up in our power, embracing that, healing our families, because there's racism that challenges us in this country and racism in our families. How can we go in deep? Because that is when we truly are exercising how powerful we are in creating the world a better place. And I am complete. Sorry, I went off.
That's great. Thank you. That's a very, very powerful way to end. I always speak to my ancestors because I would not be here without them, without their trials and tribulations. And I know where they came from. I know they traveled from Africa, through Spain, through Portugal, through Cuba, to Puerto Rico, to end up in the Dominican Republic. And we all need to understand those journeys to really appreciate that we're able to be here right now, enjoying the freedoms that we're able to enjoy.
Yes.
So, ladies, thank you. This has been such a powerful conversation. I hope that all of you really got a lot out of everything that we had to say. I know many women who are constantly asking, especially me, about how to become advocates for topics that they're passionate about. I always tell them, you don't need much to be an advocate. Simply identify that topic that moves you. Start at home, start at your job, start at your school, and you'll see how much satisfaction that brings you. So once again, muchísimas gracias. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Thank you. Gracias.
Maria, you're awesome. Thank you.
So what did you think? So we're going to get ready for the grand entrance in a few minutes. Make sure that you speak to the person next to you, person to your left or person to your right. Make a connection. Say good morning. And make sure that when you leave here, you have one or two names of people you can contact for anything that's going on right now in your lives. So let's do that exercise until we have Marilyn come in. Please don't leave. We're about to start in 2 minutes. Those that are outside, don't miss the grand entrance. very special lady that has prioritized advocacy in her life. She left the corporate world to support Latinas on their journeys. A woman that lights up the room y te hace sentir algo mágico con su presencia. I met her and I instantly knew that we had this common desire to make a positive impact. I knew I would be connected to this woman for life, and thus the journey begins. And we've been connected for many, many years, not only through Latinas in Power, but through other things. I'm honored today to be here and support her vision, her mission, one that I believe in, and I'm very sure that all of you do too. Just look at how she has brought all of us together, in person and virtually. Let's stand up and welcome and get our dance on with Latinas in Power founder and CEO, Marilyn Alberio.
Kimbara kumbara kumba kimbamba, kimbara kumbara kumba kimbamba, kimbara kumbara kumba kimbamba. Hey mama, hey mama, hey mama, hey mama. La rumba me está llamando. Bongo, dile que ya voy. Que se espere un momentito mientras canto un guaguancó. Dile que no es un desprecio, pues vive en mi corazón. Mi vida es tan solo eso, rumba buena y guaguancó. Mamá, mamá. Azúcar. Si quiere gozar, si quiere bailar, ahí lo baila María y también Joséito, bajito.
I've been doing that for 20 years at this conference. And I'm going to share something with you. It's a secret. By the way, follow us on Instagram at Latinas Power. For real, so seriously. I wasn't going to say this, but I'm going to. Hey, Jeremy Miller, Liberty Bank. This year is a milestone for us. It's not only our 20th celebration of the Latinas Power Symposium, but it's also a milestone in my life. You see, in August, I will turn 70 years old. All right, so I lost the mic, right? That's why they didn't want to mic me when I was outside, because they knew what I was going to do. And I share that because it feels right to share that with you. Because it seems as though older women, or women in their prime, they call it. We need new names for our category, by the way. Who's all the marketing people in here? I want a new category that includes dancing. It includes everything that you're experiencing here today. But there's always been like a taboo connected with once you hit 50 or 55. Oh, ya terminaron. Right? Well, I'm just getting started. And for the longest time, I hid my age. My last corporate assignment was in the digital space with 30-year-olds. They were celebrating their 30th birthday, almost. And then yo, calladita por aquí. Because they were guessing me at about 50, you know? And yo no dije nada. Yo lo dejé así. And I still think they think I'm 50, which is fine. So I hid it. And I'm here to say, we don't need to hide this anymore, older women. We are here. We are ready to pull up our sleeve and keep going. And so what you're going to experience here today, you will see that when you have passion, when you have a vision, when you have dreams, don't poo-poo them away. Okay, because there's something to that. And in my mind, the reason that we're celebrating 20 years of this amazing experience and now growing with new programs, as you will see later today. And part of that has to do with you all who have encouraged me. The first year that I did the symposium, in fact, our very first keynote speaker from 20 years ago is here today. I'm going to say a few things about her before I introduce her. So I might embarrass her. No, it won't embarrass her. But can I break your news real quick? She just became first-time abuela. But she, in the beginning, when she saw what I was doing, and she said, Marilyn, you got something here. Keep going. Women came up to me and said, Marilyn, please don't stop. We need this. I knew that there was a need for Latinas to share stories together, to connect with each other, to really have that kind of relationship that is so special in the Latino culture. You know, that connection that we have, que no importa lo que sea, you know, we're going to have each other's back. We're going to support each other. And this is a testament of all of that work for 20 years now. So I'm super excited. In case I didn't tell you my name, I think she said it. For those live stream, welcome to our live stream audience from across the country. We are now, women are chiming in from all over the world now. and sending me messages from Asia and from Europe and saying, we love what you're doing, bring it here. So really super cool. But I know, right? I would first like to thank Yvette Peña. Did she rock the house today? AARP, you stepped it up. Yvette came to this event, I think it was like 4 or 5 years ago now, and she doesn't miss 1 year. Vaya voy. Vaya voy, no matter what. And this woman travels all over the country at conferences. I don't know if you follow her. She's got a really exciting life, fun life. And the team, Moni Ruiz Velasco, where she was sitting over here. Moni flew in from Chicago to be here. We have some locals, Maria Harlow and Caprice. Okay, how'd they do? Because I was outside, I didn't see it. So, DEBORAH ROSADO SHAW, that first year, is the person that made me realize that what I was doing was an important thing, that I was filling a gap. And you know how sometimes you go, I think this is good, I'm not sure, but you need people to tell you, to encourage you, to have your back. And I believe that my life changed from that day on because we have people like DEBORAH ROSADO SHAW in our lives that are supporting and believing in us. So I encourage all of you, if you have something that you are interested in doing, you have a little passion, you have a little nugget, you have a side hustle, I don't care what it is, pay attention to it, because this is all about passion. One of the things, as I walked around this morning before I came on stage, was that people coming up to me and saying, I have never seen so much energy. These women have so much energy, they're so positive. And look at all the colors in the room. Look at how we showed up. Profesionales. Vinieron profesionales. And I'm going to be más profesional también. I'll take it off in a minute because I'm already hot. So, you know, Latinas have arrived. We know that. We are part of the fabric of society. We still face many challenges and obstacles. And I think that's why I do what I am doing, because it's my little part of how we can provide a platform that prepares Latinas to level up, to take that next step in their career, in their business, in their personal life, or in their community. And that is what Latinas Power is all about. Our mission is to inspire, motivate, encourage, provide resources and tools that enable Latinas to succeed as influential leaders and advocates. Punto. Punto se acabó. Okay, so for those of you, when I speak Spanish, you don't always just find somebody that speaks Spanish. Say, what was that you said? Today has been made possible by our sponsors, of course. AARP was already up here. Is there anybody here from AARP? Representing? Representing? Travelers. Anybody here from Travelers? I know NBC is not here. Buzz Engine is our agency of record, AOR. And they are the ones that helped me to create the Latinas in Power brand. Aaron Wartner, are you here in the room? I just need to show you who he is. Amazing. Do I see him? Aaron, in the back, everybody, turn around and say hi to Aaron. Anybody here from Liberty Bank? Latin Financial. Goya. TJX. The Hartford. YMCA of Hartford. Oh, okay, so you surprised me. Good going, Harold. Harold is the executive director, the CEO. Oh, there you go. Eversource, Mass Mutual, and our newbie, Double Verify, Cigna, Webster, Berkshire Bank. Those are newbies. There may be only a couple here because they said, let's go check out what that is. So Berkshire, welcome. We welcome you. And of course, we have a lot of partner agencies that have made this possible. So in your booklet, I just want to make sure that you know where this is. There's an agenda. So this was supposed to be on that side, so it's not on this side. We put a lot of time into this. Please read the program. The information is in here. The agendas are in here, and it will take you through the day. So many of you know, soy boricua. Over the years, I've had Puerto Rican speakers, I've had Cuban, I've had Ecuadorian, I've had Mexican, I always am looking for Latinas that are in line with what we are doing, that really come out with their authentic self. So if you have a Latina anywhere in the country that you think should be up on that stage to tell their story, please reach out to me. Because I stand on the shoulders of many Latinas, one of them being my mother, Vicenta Alverio. This is Pepa, Doña Pepa y Don Pepe. I was born in Meriden. Anybody from Meriden? I grew up in New Britain. And my parents instilled in me the importance of la familia y la comunidad. Mi hija siempre se le tiene que ayudar a la comunidad. That's what I learned, and that's why I pay this forward all the time. We had a small family, but mighty. There was 4 children, and here we are growing up in New Britain. I think my mom secretly wanted triplets because she used to dress us alike all the time. Either that or there was a sale at J.M. Fields. I don't know. Anybody know J.M. Fields? It's like, all right, anyway. And then, of course, you all have met my granddaughter, Haley. When she was born 9 years ago, I started showing her picture. And in March of this year, she turned 9 years old. That's my little Haley and my daughter, Brianna. So there's a couple of sponsors. I don't want to take up any more time, but there's a couple of sponsors that I would like that wanted to say hi to you and that also, in fact, have sent gifts. So the first one is Carolyn Aronson.
And I'm the founder and CEO of It's a 10 Hair Care. And I am a Latina. I wanted to congratulate Latinas in Power on their 20-year anniversary. And Marilyn, keep doing what you're doing, inspiring Latinas across our country, and most importantly, bringing us together.
Okay, we're passing around a nice little gift that Carolyn sent for everybody. I just want you to know that Carolyn is inching towards the $1 billion mark sales in her products. Anybody use It's a 10? Well, she created Be a 10, which is a new makeup line, and they just launched in the UK last week. So she wants to come here at some point, but in the meantime, she said, Marilyn, just keep doing what you're doing. The next thing that the next gift is a book, and it is from, I don't have it up here. Oh, yes, I do. Embracing the Power of You. And this is Trisha Montalvo Mim. I couldn't put her book down. It just came out like 2 months ago. And so she also sent a little message for us.
Hola, bienvenidos. Hello, welcome to the 20th anniversary of Latinas in Power. First of all, congratulations to Marilyn and the whole team for putting on this amazing event. What an amazing milestone. When I was a first-generation Latina entering the workforce, I had no playbook, no network, no resources, and no community. That is why Latinas in Power is so important. You're going to get the tools, the research, the network to learn from each other. So enjoy this conference. I'm so excited to be a sponsor. And for everyone in attendance, you get a free copy of my book, Embrace the Power of You. I hope you enjoy it, enjoy each other, and felicidades.
Okay, and we have so many door prizes. The way that you get the door prizes is that you have a little red ticket in your badge. Throughout the day, we are calling out prizes, and they are located at the Latinas Power merchandising table, which is outside of these doors right here. My daughter Brianna also has a little table piece supporter. It's her first time. She created this necklace for me that I'm wearing today. So she's going to be selling. Please support the exhibitors that came here today. The proceeds from the Latinas Power merchandise goes to our new programmatic initiative, which is going to be launched at noon today with a ribbon cutting ceremony. We're super excited about that. We are building partnerships with other organizations throughout the state and throughout the country. We are starting a new partnership with the Travelers, and I would like to introduce Barbara Ramirez Queres to come up here and say a couple of words. Barbara. So Jeremy, when you come up, you're going to dance with me. Just get ready.
Looking for myself in the run-up show, and I wasn't there, and I was like, great, I could just come and have a good time. I don't have to say anything. But thank you so much for the warm welcome. Like, my heart is pounding just being here. A special thank you to my Travelers colleagues, table 6 and table 30. It's because of their advocacy that we've shown up in numbers today, and we hope to grow that from a Traveler's perspective. We're always looking for premier experiences for our talent, and this is a premier experience. So I'm just so proud to be here. As a member of the ED&I team at Travelers, this is just, I think, the highlight for our Latina community. A special shout out to DEBORAH ROSADO SHAW. She just spoke at Travelers 2 years ago, and she brought down the house. And DEBORAH, your story of perseverance and being the only in the room, and now you are the room. You are the boardroom. So I just think it's such an amazing example. Has this ever happened to you? You meet someone and they're the head of a function and they're the head of a department or even a CEO, and you think to yourself, really? That person? I could do that. Well, yes, you can. I think we've been conditioned to think it can't be us. The person doesn't look like us, doesn't sound like us. If you're wondering if I'm American, I'm the Cuban undercover. I am from Cuba, born in Cuba, okay? But you know what? We've been told if you went to a state school, you don't have the right education. Has anyone been told this? You just don't have enough presence. Well, damn it, as Latinas, that's what we come with. We come with presence. So don't tell me I don't have presence. We are presence. So all that I want to leave you with here today is if you believe you can be something, you can be something. Whatever you want to be, use this symposium to show you how. That's all. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. You know, building community, hearing each other's stories, that is absolutely one of the ways that we could support each other and continue to be fierce, just like the next person I'm going to invite up to the stage. DEBORAH ROSADO SHAW wrote a book called Dream Big. I want to say 2003, maybe around 2003. And I went to a conference. I was a national director for ethnic markets for a Fortune 100 at the time. And I went to all these different conferences and places. And I was the Latina face for the company at the time. And so I went to this one place with a Latina Style magazine, I think it was, and Deborah was the keynote. I was mesmerized. And I just went like, I have to meet this woman. I went up to her afterwards when she was doing her book signing, and we made that eye connection that you make. Like I've made with so many of the people in the room here today, and I love it. That's what feeds my soul. That's what feeds my energy. And so we made that connection. She signed my book. I hung around for a while, and I said, you know, I'm thinking about doing this thing in Hartford. Hartford. And I said, and I need somebody like you. And she said, yes. She didn't hesitate. She said, yes. And so she signed my book. This is from back then. And it says, Marilyn, you have graced my life with yours. I couldn't be more grateful. I love you, sister. Deb Shaw, dream big. You go, girl. She didn't even know me. And so now we're gearing up towards the day, right? And I call her up, and she goes, wait a minute, I just came back from, I think it was Lowe's or Home Depot. I'm putting in a toilet. I didn't know women who put in toilets, especially Latinas. I'm like, no, you get the plumber to do that. I was so impressed. I was like, oh my God, this woman is she's my hero. And ever since then, I did start to try to do things like that. I'm no good at it. So I call the plumber. But it's just a little snapshot into, you know, when you meet women that really believe that there is no such thing as traditional roles, you know, that we can try anything and that you actually do it. And that's my DEBORAH ROSADO SHAW. So you're about to be inspired. You're about to hear some good stories. She's got, every time I see her speak, she has a different angle. And so I'm looking forward to hearing what she has to share with us today. Please be in the moment, put your phones down, and just kind of give us your energy, give us your time. And thank you all so much for being here. I would like to invite DEBORAH ROSADO SHAW up to the stage.
Is she amazing?
This is the clicker for you.
Just like you. Just like each and every one of you. Well, let me tell you, I get to travel all around the world. I've spoken, you name it, I've been there. Peru, Dubai, Brazil. We had fun there, right, honey? The love of my life. But nothing is like being in this room with you. And I have to tell, I'm gonna have to fight back the tears all morning because I'm so touched and moved by who you are and what has been accomplished here and is continuing to be accomplished here. So for the companies that are in this room, right, what I do is I go to companies all around the world and I teach them how to alter the game in their favor. And what I want to do this morning is help you alter the game in your favor, just like they do. So I'm going to share some things with you. And I don't have the answer, but I've lived a little bit. I've been around the block some. I've learned some lessons. I'm going to share those with you, okay? Yes? Okay, good. So thank you for having me. Really, thank you for having me. I've been looking forward to this for months. So look, if you're really going to tap into your power, then you first have to claim your power. Because no one can give you power, right? Only you can claim what's yours and decide to stand up, be counted, and get heard. You get to decide who you're going to be in the matter of your own life. At home, at school, at work, on your teams, in your companies, in your communities. And it happens in big and small ways. So let's take today, for example. So you come to this conference, right? And every person in this symposium today has come here with a question, a challenge, some decision that you have to make, what a hope, a dream, something that you're working on. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. Why would you be here if you weren't working on something? And by the way, congratulations for getting yourself to the room online. And I want you to see that you can decide how the day goes for you today. Decide how the day is going to unfold. Because that's what powerful people do. They decide how things are going to be before they happen. They create a future and then they make commitments to make that happen. So you've created some sort of a future, and part of how you're going to unfold that is that you're here in this room. So you can decide now for the rest of the day. Maybe it's 5 years from now and you look back on this day and you go, wow, on that day, I went to Latinas Power. I was sitting at home looking at my screen. I was in my office with my colleagues. And on that day, I learned something that changed my life. I met someone that changed the course of my career. I connected with this powerful network of Latinas. And I realized that there are companies and organizations willing to invest in me. And maybe I don't really have to know exactly what the right, perfect thing is to do. But people are rooting for me. And all I needed to do was step up. So I'm asking you to claim your power by asking yourself, who can I be today that will allow you to tap you into your power? And what I mean is, who do you get to be? Like, can you listen to the speakers today like your life depends on it? Like there's something that is going to be said by someone that is just the thing you needed to hear, that will redirect you, that will solidify you where you are. So move like an explorer today, like you're just going to find some treasure that's waiting for you to discover it. Be engaging and curious and courageous. Speak up even when you're scared, right? And have the meaningful conversations. Yeah, you know, I love your jacket. I love your shoes. Where's Victoria? I met Victoria in the ladies' room this morning. There you go, Victoria, right? We were chit-chatting. But maybe you could have a conversation that goes, what are you playing for today? Right? Because this is the room to have it. Well, once you walk out these doors, you're with everybody else. Right? So you have that opportunity. And keep that front and center for you all day. Can you do that? Okay, great. Okay, let me tell you something. If you were selling me something, I wouldn't take it. So I want to hear that you have a commitment to play this out for yourself. You came to the room to get something. Make sure you get that today. Yes? So I'm going to take you back a little bit in time with me. So just imagine I am 16 years old and I am living the dream. I have just arrived at the most beautiful place I have ever seen in person. And it was like the opening scene of a movie, you know. There I stood, there was the field of rolling hills and beautiful green grass and the castle-like buildings and this unbelievable sparkling lake and the horses in the barns. And I took a deep breath in, this very sweet moment, and just proudly thought, wow, here I am at Wellesley College. Anybody here from Wellesley? I made it, right? One of the 7 sister schools. You see, I come from a place where little girls don't get to live out their dreams, a place where heat and hot water are a luxury to hope for, a place where hungry tummies go to bed every night hoping, waiting for that free lunch at school the next day, where formerly enthusiastic educators now have to teach in overcrowded classrooms with outdated books, in schools that are overrun by gangs and occupied by police and riot gear, in schools where the homework assignments are never as important as staying alive. You know, having been on this amazing campus for just a few days, I received this little note in my mailbox. In those days, it was a note in the mailbox. There was no email. And I got a note that said that I needed to come and immediately meet with my freshman dean. I didn't know my dean, but you know, I grew up in this traditional Latino family where you respected your elders. And so I went to my room and I put on the only nice skirt that I had and the only nice blouse that I had gotten out of the rummage business in church. And I started to go across campus to try and find her office. And I had this, you know, you get that kind of sick feeling in your stomach, something's not quite right. And I had that feeling because of what had just happened with my roommate a few days earlier. You see, I couldn't wait to meet my roommate. I couldn't wait to leave home, but that's a whole different story, okay? I was 16 years old. That was my boyfriend was going to Harvard. I was going to Wellesley. I was like, I could not wait. But I couldn't wait to meet her, and I just, you know, dreamt of all the things. We'd be sitting up late nights in bed, giggling about boys and getting ready for exams and just all that was gonna happen. And I had to work so hard for this moment, really. I thought back to the day that I went to see my high school guidance counselor in the school where the clocks don't tick and the toilets don't flush, where the nicest clothes, you know, somebody gave them to you. And I've been counting the days till I could share my plans with her. You know, my plans. I was going to go to a great college. I was going to become an attorney. And then I was going to conquer the world. And my heart was pounding and my hands were shaking. I couldn't wait for this appointment. And I walk in to see my guidance counselor and I share my list of colleges with her. And she doesn't even really look at the whole list. And she looks at me up over her glasses and she says, "No sense in wasting our time processing these applications. You'll never get into these schools." And as the fury ran through my face, I fought back the tears and marched out of her office. And at that moment, I could hear the long line of courageous women from my past. Someone in the panel before said our ancestors, their sacrifices, their hopes, their dreams, not for them, but for me, right? For us. And they said, "Deborah, don't wait your turn." Their lives challenged me to claim my power and tap into my power. And I set off to prove my guidance counselor wrong. This would be the first of many times in my life where I would have to get in the driver's seat. Anybody here have to get in the driver's seat and kind of drive the whole thing for themselves? That was me. Advocate for myself and make things happen. So I went to work on the applications against my guidance counselor's predictions, and I got into every school that I applied to. Of course, then I had to go home to mommy and papi. And I'm 16 years old and I want to move all the way from New York to Massachusetts. And they're like, "We don't think so." And I go, "I think so." My father was a minister and we had, 500-600 people in our congregation. All of them were praying for this, terrible Deborah who just wants to leave home to go to Wellesley. But nonetheless, here I am. It's now a few days after that encounter. And I am triumphantly walking into my dorm room at Wellesley. My roommate is there, her parents are there, and I see them kind of off in the corner, kind of huddling. And there was this kind of weird feeling in the air, and they kind of looked troubled, like something had happened. And I asked her, "Is everything okay?" And they left the room, so I didn't get a chance to meet them. And she replied, "They want you out of my room." When I relive that moment today, I get it. They were scared. I probably, brought up every kind of Puerto Rican girl from the ghetto. Oh my God, and at Wellesley, we prepared our little princess to go there, and and now it's going to get ruined by her. So I must have seemed like some sort of danger to them. They just didn't know any better. And now, just a few days after that encounter, I get a note in my mailbox from my dean to come to her office. I go over to her office, terrified about what I was summoned there. And out comes this tall, lanky lady with no makeup, no jewelry, no nail polish, no nothing, okay? Now, it's okay if that's your way, but it just was like a foreign thing to me. I had never seen a woman like that up close, on television, but I'd never seen it up close. So I sat really, nervously, and I'm kind of checking her out, trying to make this thing work in my mind. And she looked at me, and I could just read it on her face. And she said, "Deborah, get ready to move out of your room." You know, and with those brief words, I felt myself deeply and profoundly rejected by the world I had imagined and dreamed of. A world that I started to believe I couldn't belong to. And I felt alone, I felt different, and I felt lost. And I could see my dreams, right, just kind of starting to slip through my fingers. And for the very first time, I really got scared that at 16, with no support, no one I could call at home and say, you know, what were they going to say? And no one I could relate to, that I would find myself orphaned at Wellesley College. Slowly realizing that I was smart at my high school of 4,000 kids with a 25% graduation rate. There's no way that I was going to measure up to the flawlessly groomed, tutored, and prepared young women who would be my classmates. So I struggled academically, emotionally, socially, and by the end of freshman year, I lost my scholarship and had to return home with my tail between my legs. To my parents who said, "Te lo dije," I told you, that fancy school was never meant for a girl like you. And as I sat alone on that Greyhound bus all the way home from Massachusetts, the further I got from Wellesley, the smaller and more embarrassed I became. And the more I started to believe that maybe I wasn't good enough. Maybe I wasn't smart enough. Maybe I would never belong. Now, why have I told you this story? First, I want you to understand that the opportunity for me to attend Wellesley changed the course and trajectory of my life. And to this day, I am so grateful for the many who created an affirmative action program so I could go to Wellesley College, who came fishing into an inner city school to find me, right? And then someone, the many someones that I'll never meet, who put money there so that I would have a scholarship to attend. Now, it still meant that I had to steal like feminine products from the other students. You know, I had to borrow the books from the library for a long period of time. You didn't have the essentials, but I could attend Wellesley College. And those became the building blocks that had me live the fulfilled and successful life that I have today. I also shared this story with you because I want you to notice that every single day, who shows up at every conversation we have at work and at home is a collection of belief about what's possible and what's not possible. And whenever you're looking to expand something like we're doing at this conference today, at this symposium, when you're looking to expand your reach, your impact, your fulfillment, your success, your fears get triggered, right? They start to get in the way. They have you playing small or diminished somehow. They keep you from using your full voice and sharing your gifts and living your dream. Consider that when you came to the symposium, you had this big idea, and then you start walking around and you look at this one, you go, wow, you know, she looks good. And wow, she's really smart, and this one has that job, and that one's growing that company. And you start to contract what's possible from the expansion that you intended. And those beliefs, I call them performance inhibiting beliefs. People have them, organizations have them, and sometimes they're plain to see and sometimes they're hiding in the background. Yet they inform our every thought, our every action, and our every reaction. But if you're really going to tap into your power, then you have to deal with those beliefs that stop you in your tracks, the ones that scare you into no action and silence your voice, beliefs that have you step back instead of stepping up like Marilyn asked us. So I've never been in a room anywhere in the world at the highest levels of performance in every way where someone doesn't have a performance inhibiting belief, and I think everyone in this room has one, at least one. We probably have a few. You know, I'll never fit in. I need more experience. I have too much experience. I can't because I'm too old. I can't because I'm too young. Conversation you were having, right? So what might one of your performance inhibiting beliefs be? You got one? You got at least one? We're going to find out what the whole room is saying. This is anonymous. You need to take out your telephones. You guys okay that we find out what's in the room? Okay, great. So can we put that up? Is that up? With instructions, you have to go to menti.com. And then you have to put in this code, 7709830. Let's see the question. Everybody okay with the code? Hold on. Let's make sure everybody's okay with the code. And just take a little breath. It's going to take a little bit to fill in. Can you see the question? Okay. It'll happen. Hang in there. I've done this with 10,000 people in a room. It happens. Menti.com, MENTI.com. It's right here. 7709830. 7709830. Anybody plays the lottery may be a lucky number. So this is for those of us in this room and those of us online. You see yourselves up there? Not smart enough, fear. What gets in the way of the things that you're committed to? Not strong enough, too shy, no degree, fear of failure, too young, my age, too old. Imposter syndrome. Not smart enough, not enough education, too educated, overqualified, intelligence, insecure. This is what we have going on. Everybody's got this going on. Whatever you wrote down, I just want you to consider that maybe it's not the truth. Maybe it's just a story that you made up. And it's a story that's standing in your way. But it's human. We all have this. This is what we have to move through. And that's why it takes holding hands together. That's why it takes being in this room, because it interrupts our performance inhibiting beliefs and has us see ourselves in each other, right? That's seeing ourselves in each other. That's what we got going on. Thank you for doing that. You did a great job. We're going to save this. Okay, so now here I am. I'm 17 years old. I flunked out of college in my freshman year. And I'm right back home where I started with the people who thought that was way too big a dream for a girl like me. I, of course, start to tell everyone, because I'm a little cocky at the time. I really hasn't sunken in what I just managed to orchestrate for myself. That, I'm okay, I'm cool, no big deal. I'm going to apply to Barnard as a transfer student. Barnard is in New York City. And I apply, except that I don't get in. And the admissions counselor said to me, I had turned 17 that freshman year at Wellesley. She says, you're 17 years old, go somewhere, grow up, get straight A's and come back and apply. Okay, now I'm really in trouble, right? Because I didn't know what to do next. And this is where I learned that you can't surrender your dreams to your circumstances. You got to make a move, any move, because it's in action that our commitments come to life. And don't worry so much whether the next move is the perfect one. Often they aren't. But if you're willing to learn and have the right people in your corner, the wrong step will lead to the right move. It took me 10 years and 4 colleges, yay, to get my degree. I don't recommend it, okay? There's a better path for anybody who's in this conversation or has kids in this conversation or grandchildren in this conversation. And when I attended commencement, I had a 5-month-old baby in my gown, okay? And I was and that baby is in this room today. Say hi, Jason. My dean said that I was the only person who ever attended with a baby in their gown. It was cool. It was cool May morning, and I just put him in there, and I put my gown all around and zipped him up. So, be needy. This almost seems like a contradiction, like being needy is the opposite of being powerful, partly because you think being powerful is about doing it by yourself. But being needy is really about allowing yourself to need others, to learn new skills, to develop yourself, your career, your business acumen, and with every step really building this configuration of power, a network of relationships, bar none. Mentors, teachers, colleagues, friends, resources. You know, sometimes when we look at highly successful people, I was just looking at the amazing actress that's going to join us this afternoon. We're so happy to have her here. And she's beautiful and powerful and known. But what we don't see, what's invisible to us, is the whole posse that she's got back there, right? That got you to be where you are today. The extensive set of relationships that we all have in our backgrounds, if you're going to bring anything of substance to life. You see, and then you're going to accumulate IOUs because no one does it alone. I owe so much to other people, those people at Wellesley, people around the world, Maryland, you know, we've been for each other. Really the unbelievable numbers of people who not only had the conversation with me that I wanted to hear, but the ones that I didn't want to hear, right? Who tapped me on the shoulder and said, Deborah, got something to talk to you about. And those are permanent IOUs. You can't ever repay them, right? And the only thing that we can do is try and pass it forward. But when you're up to something, making moves, getting what you need, attending the symposium, using your voice, you know, really speaking up, every time you do so, you are building an inventory of opportunities for yourself. Look, if I can go from no money, like really no money, no relationships, I had to go to the people in church to help me put together what was then the $20 to pay for the bus to go to Wellesley. You can build a great inventory of choices, but you have to keep investing in it like you're doing today, right? And then you got to ask yourself, well, who can I call for help? That's in your inventory of opportunities. So when you look, who can you call for help? Who calls you for help, right? What choices do I have? What invitations can I make? What skills am I building? What possibilities am I growing? What am I contributing? You know, we're talking about the nonprofit, how do you volunteer, right? You have no idea what happens when you volunteer somewhere, who you get to meet and what happens. You're building your skill set. And while you're doing so, you have to get noticed. Like really. Some of you think that if you keep your head down and you do great work, that the work will speak for itself, except it won't, because the work can't speak. You ever seen the work speak? You can't live powerfully in obscurity, hiding out under your desk, pressing mute on the Zoom call, keeping your thoughts and ideas to yourself. Some of you need to make your presence known for your team, at your companies, at home, in your communities. Where are you holding back? Getting less than you deserve, accepting less than you and others are capable of. But in my experience, you see, when you step up to your potential, all sorts of unexplained, unanticipated events start to happen. It's like you call them, you turn stuff on. But to have them show up, you have to show up. You have to get on the mat like you are here, having the conversations that matter, making something happen. So come back with me a little bit in time. I'm about to get a divorce. I have 3 little boys. I now have 5 children, but I have 3 little boys at the time. I'm growing this small, successful business. I have a fashion accessories companies, and we have licensing agreements with Disney and Warner Brothers, and we make Bill Blass umbrellas and Anne Klein. I actually made the umbrellas for Travelers. Where's Travelers? Thank you. Very long, in another lifetime. And TJ Maxx was one of my very first customers. Where's TJ Maxx? This is God's honest truth. I actually sold goods to the first concept store for home goods. That was how long ago that was. I should have bought more TJX stock, but that's a different story. So at the time, I'm in this really male-dominated industry, and I am one of the few women CEOs, and for miles, the only Latina, right? And when I first went out into the business world, I could quickly see that I wasn't wired for success. The people that I needed to know and the people that I needed to know, have to know me, we didn't have 6 degrees of separation. We had like 1,000,000 degrees of separations, right? That was not going to happen. No line of sight how I was going to make this connection work. But if I was going to grow my little company, and now I was going to be a single mom with these 3 little boys, and I was going to take care of them, I was going to have to figure out how to navigate this very male world and break through the barriers and get noticed. So I decided that I'm going to write an article. Now, you got to understand that I'd never written an article before. So, and then I needed to get it published somewhere where it mattered. And I wanted to write about, this is many, many years ago, before Latinos were popular. And I wanted to write about the demographic shift that was starting to unfold in this country and what that meant for retailers in the United States. And so I write the article, it gets published, and I get a whole lot of heat, because not only did I say we needed to pay attention to this demographic, I also said we needed to have senior executives that reflected the population that we were talking about. And so I got heat, I got notes from people, angry notes about who are you? What makes you think that you can say these things? I had a customer that said they would never do business with us again. So a few weeks pass by, and kind of this starts to simmer down a little bit. And we get a phone call, and my assistant comes in my office and she says, we had a phone call, there's a guy from Walmart on the phone. I go, yeah. And I said, it's got to be a hoax, right? It's part of this nonsense that's going on right now. Holds on. She goes, no, this guy, he really wants to talk to you. I think you should talk to him. So I get on the phone. It's a senior executive at Walmart, and they invite me to come to Bentonville, Arkansas, to speak to their senior team. Yeesh. Okay. I still didn't really believe that this was happening. Now my mind is really racing, right? Because are you kidding me? I'm going to go to Bentonville, Arkansas. You got to Bentonville, Arkansas in those days, a long time ago. You got to see it's like the rolling hills of Puerto Rico or the Dominican Republic or in the Mexican countryside. There's hills and hills and hills and hills, and then this mega unbelievable Walmart building, and then population 672. Population 842, like a whole bunch of jibaritos, all over the place. And I was like, okay, I could do this. But really, who had spoken there before and been there, but performers of all kinds, Garth Brooks, President Bush, Colin Powell, and here I was going to address them. So I was hoping really that my car fell into a ditch. Or maybe I would get hit by lightning, and that would be a really good reason for my having not shown up to this event, right? And then when I get there, they had arranged for me to have one-on-ones with every one of their senior team, Walmart International and Walmart US, okay? Only the biggest buyers in the world. So one of the persons that I met that day was Don Soderquist, who was the vice chairman of Walmart at the time. If you look up any of the Walmart story, thank you. Sam Walton was the founder. And then when Don Soderquist came in, the company went from $1 billion in sales to $200 billion. Okay, so it was really an unbelievable time. And he was the chief operating officer, and then he became the vice chairman. So the following morning, they escorted me to a room, not like this, it was an arena, no podium that I could hold on to. There was like nothing, just me in front of all of these, mostly men, in front of me, going up on the side, and then behind me, the CEO and the top 10 of the whole platoon behind me. There was nowhere to hide. And so I did my thing. I spoke to them. I told them a little bit about my story and what I was up to and left. And it was, just an unbelievable experience. But a few days later, we get another phone call from Don Soderquist, then the vice chairman. And Don invited me to come back to Bentonville, Arkansas. He wanted to talk to me. I go, okay, well, why would this powerful, legendary white guy, really beautiful, he had the most unbelievable blue eyes, like he could see right through you. He's very tall. And I had never known anyone like him up close either, right? I didn't understand him. I didn't trust him. And really, I was a little scared of him. I mean, what did I have to offer? But I'm really curious, so I start to decide that I'm just going to explore and learn and engage. And I went to meet with Don, and one time he invited me to speak. It was then the Don Soderquist Leadership Center in Arkansas. He's changed his name. Don has passed away. May he rest in peace. He was an extraordinary man. But I really fondly remember the many times I sat in his office and he listened deeply. He was this curious guy and he loved people. He just wanted to learn more about what was it like to be me, a girl in the city. He was from the Midwest. What was this Latino conversation? He wanted my lens. He wanted to see the opportunities that I saw in the marketplace. And Don would become my padrino, my godfather in business. A mentor, a friend, a coach, an advocate, someone that shifted the course of my career and my life. And I'll tell you, he would call me into this office, and every so often I'd say something to her. He'd go, Deborah, how high is up? How high is up? Because he wanted me to expand everything that I thought that was possible. What I want you to see by what I'm sharing with you is that the future isn't sitting somewhere waiting to unfold. We bring it to life with every word we speak, with every action that we take. This is why I asked you before, who are you going to be today that will give you access to your power and what's possible for you? What would it take to have you be courageous and curious and unstoppable? Having the meaningful conversations that are possible all day, really taking full advantage. I don't even know if you can take full advantage. There's so much here. This place is dripping with goodies. But people are as powerful as the future that's in front of them. And to have a powerful future, you have to give yourself permission to dream big. Not once, but over and over again. By the way, it doesn't really matter what your dream is about. Being a great parent, a great student, a great colleague, a team leader, an entrepreneur, a public servant, as long as it speaks to you and moves you and inspires you. It just has to be powerful enough that it's going to be like a magnet in your life and it'll draw you through and around and over all the obstacles that you're going to encounter, because dream big doesn't mean small obstacles, right? They're going to match the size of your ambition. And it has to be big enough that it'll have you, keep you confronting your performance inhibiting beliefs, right? Doing the necessary work. It's not like you sit there and go, oh yeah, I don't feel smart enough. Okay, so what are you going to do about that? It's the work you're doing here, the work you'll do this afternoon, the work you'll do after we get our amazing announcement about what's happening today, right? What's being made available to you. Earlier when I said, when you step up to your potential, all sorts of unexplained, unanticipated events start to happen. That's exactly what happened. Don's invitation changed the course of my career. I wrote my first single $1 million transaction with Walmart. We were in every Walmart in the chain. We're in every Costco. We're in every Toys R Us. Or you guys may not know what that is. Was a big chain of toy stores. And I became this highly successful entrepreneur, and I'm winning all of these awards all over the place. And I'm about to win the Women of Enterprise Awards, which then was like the Oscars of being a woman business owner. They had the event at the Waldorf Astoria in New York, 3,000 people, super decked out event. I have to give some remarks to get my award, and I'm terrified. Mostly because I'm afraid to say what I really want. I'm a little ashamed, like, isn't that enough, Deborah? It's bastante, yeah, it's enough. You're winning this award and now you're gonna say that you want something else? Because I wanted to be an author. And I knew that lots of publishing people were going to be in that room. This was like the lunch that you wanted to be invited to, right? This is like the happening thing in New York. And I just started to go, so who do you think you are? Why do you want what you want? What makes you think these things are possible? And I had convinced myself, okay, I'm not going to say it. I'm just not going to say it. It's just too much. Demasiado, too much. But the night before, as I did, when I came last night, when I came here this morning to look at the room, I walked into the room and the people are putting the table and the beautiful linens and all the stuff. And I really, really got scared. But when I was standing in the room, in the back, looking around, I remembered a story that I'd heard many times about my great-grandmother who had come to New York City from Puerto Rico, and the first place that she worked was the Waldorf Astoria, scrubbing floors on her hands and knees. And I wondered, why was she in New York, but my grandparents and my mother were born in Puerto Rico? Because she left her family to go to New York to be able to keep them in Puerto Rico so that they could live there. And then they moved at a later time, but she came by herself. And the opportunity I had that day was because of her. Right. And if I couldn't give myself permission to dream big, I had to let her give me the permission to dream big. And so I spoke up. I decided to change my remarks. And I said that someday I hope to write this book. And anyway, the whole day was full. I had my 3 little boys were at the table, and they had all this fancy food, and they were like, we want a hot dog. I have hot dogs, My parents there, my colleagues, a professor of mine from Barnard College that was an incredible woman in my life, and just tables of people who were just amazing. And I went home, and you get home, and then there's the kids in the school, everything's going on. And in those days, we had a fax machine. I could hear this noise in my office. I go, well, who's sending over fax? I saw a fax, and a fax came over, and it was from an editor at Simon & Schuster sending me a note saying, if you're really serious about writing that book, we're interested. And that's how I got to write this book. And then I was on the Oprah Winfrey Show. Actually, I was here, Marilyn. I was here with you. I was on Oprah the day before, and then I was here the next day. That was like a, I don't know, super drug week. I don't know what that was like. Yeah, that's right, yeah. And we stayed, we had a pajama party. Right, Marilyn? We had a pajama party. That night when we stayed at a friend's house, we were all there together. Yeah, we had to stay at a hotel. I mean, it was just unbelievable. And then we partied with all of you that next day. I mean, it was just something else. I'll never forget that. Like, I'll never forget today either. So fast forward many years, I'm a successful entrepreneur. I'm growing a great company. I'm a published author. I have survived, kind of, 3 teenage boys. And I learned an interesting lesson, that you're always being interviewed. Do you know that people are making up stories about you behind your back without your permission? Might as well make sure that it's good gossip, right? Gossip that opens up opportunities for you. So I'm always looking to see, what is the gossip I'm creating, right? So when I leave the room, what are they going to say about me? Like, what's going to happen? What opportunities are opening up? And so clearly people were talking about me, and I had served at PepsiCo on their ethnic advisory board for 12 years. And they had a new CEO, you may know her, Indra Nooyi, really brown, iconic chairwoman of our time. She has a great book out if you guys want to get that, all about her experience. And I'd known Indra for about 20 years. And she wants me to take an inside job at PepsiCo. Now, mind you, I've been an entrepreneur my whole life. I've been doing serious consulting about human potential at work, but I had never held a role. And they asked me to step away from my consulting practice, hard to do, and come in and be the Global Chief Diversity and Engagement Officer for PepsiCo. Okay. All the performance inhibiting beliefs, all flared, are you smart enough? Can you do this? All that. And I decided that it was the right moment in time for me to do that. And maybe I wasn't smart enough, and maybe I didn't belong, and all that, ay Dios mío, but I accepted the role, and I really did some of the most impactful work in my life and in my career. I founded PepsiCo's Global Transformational Leadership Program, was really equipping people around the world in high-performance teams to really generate more innovation. It's active today in the US and Europe and the Middle East and Asia and North Africa. And it works really across multiple functions and levels. And then I spearheaded the global strategy for women's workforce development. And of course, Indra said, yes, go. And I had to go to the 5 global leads of the business and raise $100 million to get the job done. And we charted out a 10-year path. We were going to impact 12.5 million women and girls around the world, giving them real skills that they could then take into the marketplaces. I know you may know or not know, but we have been for a long time fighting for girls to stay in schools, right? Particularly in countries where they don't stay in school after maybe 5th or 6th grade. But when they then go to school and what they taught them in school is maybe sewing or baking, then they go out into the marketplace and they don't have a marketable skill. And then they have 2 choices, right? Now they're outcast in their communities because they didn't do what they were supposed to do. And often the only available work is the sex trade. So we really wanted to interrupt what we were causing, right? There was an unintended consequence by this initiative to push without really understanding what was happening on the side. And if we could provide them with real skills that they could then take to the marketplace, that it would change things for them. And we wanted to impact 12.5 million girls, and the commitment ends in 2025. But so far, almost 38 million women and girls have been impacted around the world. Scared, but I had to do that. It was an opportunity. By the way, part of that group included 20,000 girls that are in the Bronx. Yeah, so really a proud thing. Okay, so I'm going to take some questions before I close. Anybody want to ask me a question? This is the part where you use your voice and you speak up and you show up and you get noticed, the whole thing. Where did you grow up? So I was born in Manhattan. I always say I was born in the island of Manhattan. But what island are you from, Manhattan? And I grew up in the South Bronx. Yeah. Over here. Speak up for the whole.
Thank you for your words. I just wanted to say at one point in time in my professional life, I was laid off from a nonprofit job, and I had to go to my circle that came through for me, so I was very thankful for that. So to the young folks, definitely keep that circle around you and invite others to join your circle. And if there is no space at that circle, create the space.
Yes, good for you. Well, you know, she's asking me, where do I get my inner strength from? Well, there are days where I don't have my inner strength, okay? I remember distinctly being depressed enough that I couldn't get out of bed. And the most that I could do was pop a tape in those days into a cassette player from a dear friend of mine. His name is Les Brown, probably one of the top motivational speakers in the world. Les is a dear friend. And I would listen. That's the most that I could do. And little by little, over time, I could get my inner strength, some days stronger than others. You know, I had 3 little boys. I'd look at their faces. I needed to be their mom. I needed to show up. I needed to take the chances. There was something that I had to do for the life that I was creating for us. And I'll tell you that my younger brother was born, he had an illness when he was 4 years old, and he had 2 kidney transplants. And he was like my baby because I was 8 years older than he was. And so he was like my baby doll. And he fought for his life every day. He was tenacious in every conceivable imagination of that word. He was on dialysis for 10 years, and he had a kidney transplant. There was dialysis, and he had a kidney transplant. He passed away last year at the age of 52. But he got 2 master's degrees and really just did extraordinary things. And every time I got really down on myself and got lost, I would just look at him and go, he fights for life every day. What can I do? Right, so there's always someone near you, whether it's your great grandmother or sister, someone you read about, or a story in a magazine or something. There's always somebody somewhere. It could be in a book. You just have to let yourself be inspired and let yourself have someone yank at you about what's possible for you. Okay, I think we can take probably one more. Can we get one more? There's one from this side of the room. Yes, ma'am.
I guess I have to project my voice.
Yes.
Hopefully you can hear me. My name is Gabby. I'm here with the Lego group, so this is my little table here. My question is, well, first, thank you for sharing your story. Thank you for sharing the inspiring things that you've done and you've overcome in your life. I think that's super important. As a single mom, like I look for people that are in similar situations and seeing people doing what I would love to do every single day, talking in front of people and inspiring people to develop and to grow. Incredible. I can't even explain it in words, honestly, right now. But my question is, do you have any advice or any resources or tools that you could provide for us to put into our own toolboxes to really harness ourselves and harness that authenticity to grow and to build on what we want to do, to build on those dreams that we have? And even in those moments where we maybe feel a little bit small on that bus ride to New York, you know, we're still holding on to that hope that we can continue to push forward. Is there anything that you could provide to us, anything that you use for yourself?
I'll tell you one thing that has been, I think, what has saved me, challenged me, has been my food on any given day, is to be a lifetime learner. Right? So that you are walking around the world like a sponge. Now, there's some things that you will learn that you need to reject. Okay? Don't let those in. Go, oh yeah, no, not that one. And then there are those things that are really critical, seminal to what it is that you can unfold in your life. And you can learn from anyone, anywhere. If I didn't think that a white guy could contribute to me, then I wouldn't have learned anything from Don Soderquist. I've had every kind of mentor. One time I was driving to the White House, and there was a guy, the car didn't show up, and I had a meeting at the White House. And I said, okay, I'm going to jump in a cab because I'm going to be late. So I jumped in a cab, and there was a man driving, and he had a turban on his head, and he had some music playing. So I asked him, what is that music? And he said, they're my prayers. And I said, prayers for what? He says, they're my prayers of gratitude. And in that moment, before I walked into what was a tough and a very important meeting, what I was grounded in was gratitude. I started to be grateful for the opportunity to be the voice in that room, grateful for all the people that helped prepare me to be there, just gratitude. So learn from anyone, anywhere. There was a woman cleaning the bathroom downstairs where Victoria and I were chatting, And the bathroom's impeccable. And I said to her, this bathroom is like, this is doing a fantastic job. And she says, well, I take care of this like I take care of my home. Okay, you can learn from anyone, anywhere. Great. So I'm about to leave you, but I want you to do one more thing for me, okay? See, because it's in action that our commitments come to life. So I want to know what you guys are going to do after the conversation that we had. I want to know that I came here for a reason. So we're going to do one more Menti. So I want to know, what can you now see? What actions are you going to take as a result of our conversation this morning? Same code. You guys putting stuff in? Okay. Press enter. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. I will stop being afraid. Yes. Show up, get noticed, believe in myself, make my voice heard, take a chance, speak up, start the conversation. I'm going to be powerful. Inspire my daughter. Si se puede. Learn, visualize your goal and work. Take advantage of my power. Get out of my comfort zone. Good for you. Elevate, be present, start my own company, mentor others. A gratitude journal. I have the power within. Write a book. Go sister. Learn from everyone. Seek out a mentor. You get what's in this room? These are the actions that you guys are going to take. Now, those actions by themselves can't do anything, right? It'll do some in concert with each other. So we're going to keep collecting. You can keep writing these in. This will stay open for the next few days. So anything you want to put in here, and then we can share those, okay? So I'm going to close. Anything else in there that you want me to say? Be seen. Be more confident. More training. More training is coming. Be proud. Network, network, network. Really, congratulations, you guys, for doing this work. This is just so awesome. Yeah. So, as you're moving around the world, claiming your power, not waiting for your turn, making moves, being needy, learning, getting what you need, that next set of skills, discovering your own performance inhibiting beliefs so you can get back in action, navigating the external challenges and surprises that life brings. Just remember that the high potential people in the world never go it alone. Power, fulfillment, success is available to each and every one of you. Business women and men in this room, entrepreneurs, colleagues, the organizations that are here, that are companies that are here, are where to start. The resources are they're right here. They're within your reach. But you have to give yourself the permission to dream big over and over again. And let today be the day that propels you forward and bigger than anything that you have ever imagined. Thank you for having me. No te lo dije. Te lo dije, ¿verdad? I feel like what is happening in the room here today, there's a new woman I met by the name of Flory Hyatt. We're going to be doing a retreat at her house in the fall. And there she is. Can I come? And she goes, you can come. Yeah. If you want to be part of the Latinas in Leadership Institute, you can. And she said to me several times today, we are here for a reason. You are talking to the people you're talking to for a reason.
And you just reinforced how important it is for us to take this very moment and do something with it. Don't just say, ay, mira para allá, qué nice. No, we want that information that is up there put into action. Okay, that is a call to action that she has just given you. She has inspired me for over 20 years, and I believe that the trajectory of my life and my journey with Latinas in Power is because of you. Because you told me. She told me. My very first speaker told me, don't stop. And I kept going. So with that, we would like to make you an honorary Latina champion.
Oh my goodness.
I matched it to go with her suit. If you noticed. Mira qué linda.
Oh my God.
Thank you.
Thank you, honey.
And then we also have another gift, and I heard she has a gift for us. So,
Oh, I do. Yeah.
right. So
my
this is
gosh.
a beautiful relaxation basket made by wonderful, una de las latinas aquí mismito. Wonderful. Párate, párate, nena.
Thank you.
She makes the most amazing baskets.
That's
So this is
gorgeous.
for you to take home with you.
Thank
don't
you.
have
I
to
need
hold it.
that.
Yeah.
We've been on baby
Relaxation
watch all
basket.
week long where nobody slept, nobody's anything. So
And just before I came in, so Deb's dream, first of all, I have to tell you something. I have all these
Gotta love
books that are
Marilyn.
up here.
Yeah.
Deb, and you told me to do this.
yes,
Buy Latina books.
yes.
All of these are Latina books. Andrea Navedo, our celebrity keynote speaker this afternoon, she's right there. She's become an author.
Yes.
Andrea
Yes.
Navedo's book. This is actually pre-sale. So no, this is actually what do you call it? Pre-ordered book. I got an advanced copy. That's what I'm trying to say. But they gave us 10 of these, and we're going to be raffling them off, and then you get autograph with her. She's going to autograph it for you.
Okay, let me tell you
Then-
what the pre-pub thing means.
Oh.
If you have the means, or you can call 10 friends, buy the book, give it away. Because the more those sales tick up at the beginning, because they still think that some of us can't read, okay?
Oh my God.
No, I'm not joking. We have to prove that we are consumers of literature and that we read our own. Okay, so do what you can.
We have another Latina author. Unbreakable is in the house here today. There she goes. She's selling her book here as well. This was one of our other speakers, Juana Bordas. You know Juana Bordas, her book just came out. Everybody should be reading this one, The Power of Latino Leadership. And it has such amazing information. You've got Embrace the Power of You.
Awesome.
And then, of course, with Dream Big, Deb just told me a little story.
Yeah, so you know how musicians don't own their book of music that they've written and they've had to go buy out and fight for them? So when you sell your book to a Simon & Schuster, they own it, right? And they get to decide what happens with it, what price it is, where it gets distributed, what's so. So I bought back my rights to Dream Big. And I bought it back because I wanted to do what I wanted to do, how I wanted to do it, right? And so if I went into a school and I wanted to give away 3,000 copies, I couldn't, especially when they're jacking up the price to $25 a book. So it just made it unavailable. So I bought back the books. We're now going to make it downloadable online so people can get it for a nominal price. But for the attendees here today and those online, well, I'm going to give you an email address. You have to send me a note. Okay, and the email address we'll just tell you again throughout the day so you don't forget. It's yes, dream big now. Oh, sorry. Yes, dream big today. My son is correcting me. @gmail.com. Okay, I'm only doing this here now once, okay? It won't be ready yet for a few weeks, but if you send me a note about what you got out of this conference, what you're in the middle of, then we're going to give you free access to the book. Okay? All right? Very good. So thank you for having me. It has been really my distinct honor and pleasure to be with you today. Congratulations for you being here. Thank you, honey. Okay. You know, I'm standing here. We got a packed house. I don't even see a seat open. What happened? ¿Qué pasó? So happy. So what we're going to do next is, it's in your agenda, but we are going to go and take a break right now. And we would like for you to come back by 12:20. And at 12:20 is when they're going to start putting the lunches down. What's really important is that you take your lunch ticket out and put it on your table so that when the servers come around, they are only going to put, food down where you have, where you're sitting, and then of course, what you have ordered. So that's really important. The second thing I'd like to do is, I just found out somebody very special is in the house. Do you know how here in Connecticut, we are so proud of Secretary of Education, Miguel Cardona? Who's that? Well, I don't think I've ever met her, but I was told that she's here. Marisa Cardona is in the house. Where is she? Over there? Welcome to our conference. Thank you so much for coming. Please, from all of us, tell Miguel we are so proud of him, and we want him to be on this stage next year. How's that? How's that for asking for what you need? So this little ticket right here, we would like for you to visit the exhibitors, and they stamp you as you go around. You're going to get like 30, 35 minutes. Please make sure you visit all the exhibitors. They came here. Some of them are small business owners and everything else. I just want to do a quick shout out because a lot of last minute things happened this morning. And my right-hand person, Rebecca Melly, has been managing this entire ballroom with such grace. Every time was Rebecca here? Every time I turn around, there she is. Stand up, Rebecca. Let's give her a little round. Want to thank the rest of the volunteers that are here. Please, when you see the sponsors, people that have a tag, say thank you to them. When you see the volunteers, please say thank you to them, because without them, this is a very small team. And to put out such a big conference like this is, there's a lot of work involved. So we're glad you're enjoying yourselves. Please come back at 12:20. Please visit the exhibitors, have fun, and talk to each other. And we'll see you shortly.
I would like for them to stand up. I'd like for them to stand up so we can see where you are. Okay, we got Weaver High over here. Weaver High over here. We've got Crack. Is Crack over here? Crack. Parang sing. Parang sing. Parang sing un momentito que tengo algo. Sí, así mismito. Okay. Okay. So everybody see where these girls are, right? The next thing I want you to do is, girls, I want you to sit down. Patricia, I don't know if I'm doing this right. I'm making it up as I go along. You need what? So you're doing recruiting on my stage? All right, it's Harold Sparrow from the Greater Hartford YMCA. We're gonna give him. That was pretty good, Harold. That was really good. All right, so we're gonna have them sit down. Now I want everybody to stand up and face those students that you saw. And so we have some over there, and we have some over here. Face the students that you saw. The students can sit down. Everybody else stands up. And what we are going to do is to center ourselves and to send blessings, send positive energy, send encouragement, all emotions. We can say words if you like, all emotions that these students will hear, to know they are not alone. You have an army behind you. We believe in you. We want you to be successful. And as DEBORAH ROSADO SHAW said this morning, it is your job to talk to us, to reach out to us, and to ask us, what is it that you need to do on your journey to make sure that next year, not next year, in the future, you're going to be standing up on my stage and you're going to be doing this. So we send you blessings. We care about you. And whatever it is that you need, you have counselors that are here today, and that's why you're here. And you were selected because you're doing well in school. That's the reason you were selected to come here. Keep up the good job. We believe in you and we love you. Okay, thank you. Okay, so just a couple of things. We're going to have one more break after the afternoon panel, another half hour with the exhibitors, and then at that time we're going to be coming back to the stage, and our closing keynote speaker, Andrea Navedo, she's been here all day. I mean, how often do you see celebrities like attend an all-day conference? That's commitment, that's passion, that's believing in you. Thank you, Andrea. Yes. And so this afternoon, so I know this feels a little bit like a boot camp, right? Because you're getting a lot of information thrown at you. And I see in your faces this sense of like hunger, I think it is. I'm not sure. You want more, right? That's the energy that I'm getting. Is I don't see one person in here that is playing on their phone or that is having conversations with other people. I see all the faces, no, except you. I got her attention. No, it's all good. So anyway, as I walk around, people are like, unbelievable energy in this room. I've never seen anything like it. So what do you say we take this baby on the road? I think so, right? Everyone keeps saying you need to bring Latinas in Power to other places in the country and all of that. So that's on radar for us, definitely. And so then we're closing this year because of our 20th anniversary. We are closing with a salsa band, a live band right here on this stage. So I hope you're able to stay until the end of the day. And so that's what's going to happen this afternoon. So the next thing that we're going to do is to acknowledge the work. We often look at companies and what are they doing in the community to elevate so that we can be successful, so that our family, our community can be successful. And we've had several honorees. Liberty Bank was one. Travelers, I think Travelers was one. No, Travelers wasn't one year. I take that back. Webster Bank. So, and we look at them and say, what are you doing out here to help and support us? And so this year, we have decided to look at an organization that is doing tremendous work. And that is AARP. Anybody heard of AARP? They're absolutely incredible. So they have been selected to receive the Organization of the Year, and to present the award to them, we have our Secretary of State, Stephanie Thomas, that just arrived a little while ago, and I'd like to invite you up to the stage. So tech support, I'm supposed to be on a lavalier, and then we need another mic. So if we can work on that, I'm going to give this over to Stephanie so she can say a few words. Stephanie, thank you, and welcome to Latinas in Power.
Shall I am a podium person, but wow, I've been in the corner over there for a little bit, but looking out over the crowd, this is amazing. Congratulations, 20 years, Latinas in Power. Please give Marilyn another round of applause. This is wonderful. Just while we wait a little bit, I know the theme this year is tapping into your power. Many people don't know I come from a business background, and until I was able to open my own business, I never felt like I was fully empowered to live my own life, my best life. And when I decided to run for office, I felt that same feeling, like I was taking control of what I wanted my world to look like. So I was really, that centering exercise was just amazing. And I think back, if someone had said that to me when I was that age, my life might have turned out differently. So having that support for one another, it really can make dreams come true. We are all one community. I would not be standing here as the first Black person to ever serve as the Secretary of the State of Connecticut. Thank you. I certainly would not have risen out of poverty and be able to get a college education and open my own business and make that a successful business without the support of a broader community. So keep up the good work. That's all I'll say.
Okay, so what we'll do, we have one mic here, but I have my lavalier, and so that's good. If we can go towards the middle, and if you can hold this beautiful award. And so representing AARP today to accept this award for the amazing work that they're doing in the community is Marilyn Diaz. Please come up to the stage.
Can't clap with one hand.
Yvette, are you coming too? Oh, okay. You can come up.
I like the way you run your event.
Oh, yeah, this is really, they all know me. Okay. Marilyn and Yvette, on behalf of Latinas in Power, we would like to recognize the work that you are doing specifically in the Latino community, not just here in Connecticut, but nationally as well. We are so proud of you. We're proud that you support an organization like Latinas in Power, and you see the value in this. So thank you for all you do, and if you'd like to say a couple of words.
Yes, ma'am, I would. So what a wonderful morning of empowerment. And part of what you also heard was how important advocacy is. And I am so proud of what we have done here in Connecticut, including, yes, congratulations, Secretary of State, and thank you for all the hard work. now we are no longer one of 4 states that doesn't have early voting. Yes, 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 yes. So we advocated for that. We also advocated for caregivers, especially important to us in the Latino community. We take care of our own. And things like Connecticut Saves, which is an investment program for people to be able to save for their retirement. So we have done a lot of work. But also, again, like you said, we're doing it here in Connecticut and we're doing it nationally. Yay, my partner. And I want to wish you, Marilyn, and Latinas in Empower, 20 more years plus infinity of continued success. So thank you for the recognition.
Thank you. And if you want to hand that over to her. And we're going to look right over here. Thank you.
We like the red.
You like the red?
We like the red.
It's ARP red. I may invite you to come back up if you're okay. Okay. All right, ARP red. All right. All right, so we're going to move into, it's been a dream of mine to cast a wider net of Latinas that have a voice, that are in a position to advocate, that are in a position to lead. Because I know that Latinas are the most influential voices of leadership in the United States. It's in our DNA. It's in our DNA to really be able to understand the importance and the depth of inclusion. We come from multi-generational households. We know what that means. We are best positioned to lead a multicultural nation, a multi-ethnic nation. Sadly, we are underrepresented in leadership roles in the United States, with less than 2% in the C-suite, executive level, and on boards, and less than 4% in management roles. Yet, we are the largest work group of women in the country behind white women. 18%. That's what we represent. And so my personal story is that I worked in the corporate arena for 35, 40 years. And I know firsthand the challenges and the barriers that we face. I had reached a director level role and I had aspirations to become a vice president, yet kept getting overlooked. And then I was given that fatal 360 assessment. You can laugh. And what I thought it did is that it actually did the reverse of what I thought it was going to do, because it highlighted the skills that I had never been exposed to. I had no trusted champions to turn to. And that is lacking in corporate America, in government, and even in the nonprofit world. Higher ed, thank you. Who said that? And so what I feel is important, and I think every single person in the room here understands the value of it, is that we stand on the shoulders of some very powerful Latina women. Aquí mismito en el estado de Connecticut, Maria Sanchez, everybody know Maria Sanchez, who went to the Capitol in the 1970s en la bata, a pelear para los derechos de los latinos de este estado, to fight for the rights of the Latino community. A bata is a house coat, but it's very Latino house coat. It's a very Latino house coat, just in case. And then there was Edna Negrón, who received, Edna Negrón. I have to say these women because that's how I cut my teeth.
watching these women do what they did. She was honored for having, and please correct me if I'm wrong, for starting the first resource center and health center in the schools in the United States, right here at Hartford, Connecticut. Between her and Maria Sanchez, they started the bilingual education programs for our students. We stand on those backs of women. We have a responsibility for those women. And then there's the last one is, of course, my mother. She had a 3rd grade education, as I mentioned, and she would take a sandwich to her factory every single day, a second sandwich. Y yo le preguntaba, mami, ¿para quién es ese? So, and she goes, para, por si acaso la otra mujer que no tiene nada de comer. Just in case the other women don't have something to eat. And I learned from that, you know, how important it was for me to share what I learned. Okay, maybe I didn't get to what's called the top, but I did hear the term. If you're not invited to the table, create your own table. And I did. And now I'm the CEO of Latinas Power Corp. We have expanded, you'll see these new banners, all of these different platforms here. And our support base has expanded. And we went to a 501c3 a few years ago and starting to get some foundation and grant monies because you all said, we need more of this. We want more programmatic initiatives. We want more ongoing engagement. Not only you said it, but the companies said it because they got it. Those companies that are here today staying all day long, they get it. And so these are our allies. I mean, if you look around the room, I see a lot of men in here. Let's give them a hand. So creating my own table means, okay, I have to do a little bit more work here. So I put pen to paper about 3 years ago, and I created the concept for a Latina leadership program. And, you know, we went around, talked to people, we did some research. We have published our first report last year. I think we presented some of the findings at last year's study. And what we did with that information, those insights, that valuable data everybody's talking about. Where's the data? We got the data. We got it. And we took that data, we took that information, and we created a curriculum that was infused with the insights that you gave us as to what you are looking for, what is missing, and the skills that we need to move forward. And piece together some foundation and grant money, and we have a curriculum. We have a curriculum. In fact, my curriculum writers, Dr. Veronica Estrada, directamente de Los Angeles, is here. Where are you, Veronica? Veronica. On my team developing this model, which will win a national award. We have Dr. Damari Bonilla Rodriguez is on the team. Dr. Damari wrote her dissertation 10 years ago on the Latina leadership gap in this country. I mean, this is not a new thing. We know that. So these are the team that I have working with me developing this. And today we are opening the doors. We are launching our institute today. And the other banner was supposed to be up here. I guess it's not. Okay. So these things happen, you know. It was supposed to be a drum roll and then the Latinas in Leadership banner comes out. But anyway, there it is on the bottom. There was going to be a big one. That is our Latinas in Leadership banner. And what it is, it will launch this fall in September with a full-blown weekend retreat to build community. 16 women will go through this program. It is a 12-week certification program
that focuses on growth mindset, because we have to really understand, what is it that we want? Where are we starting? Authenticity, leadership, and civic engagement. The civic engagement component of this is our capstone. What these women are going to do is they are going to write a report as their capstone project on the issues that are impacting the Latino community today. Mental health, disparities in education, health equity, wealth management, and of course, what are we doing with the high school kids? We need to help them learn more about money, financial literacy for high school kids. So that is basically, yes, our curriculum for this fall. You have, I hope you have on your tables, is our little donor card. Is that out there? Oh, beautiful. So there's a purpose for that. Okay. So for those of you that would like, there's a QR code in there. We have our website up and running. The doors are open, and we're doing the ribbon cutting today. You can use the QR code and donate whatever you can. It doesn't have to be today, it could be any day. But this is what is going to help us continue to build this operation. So we hope with this pilot that then we will fine tune it in a way where we can run 3 programs a year, pumping out 60 Latina leaders and advocates a year. That is our goal. So now I would like to invite some of our board members to come up to be part of this ceremony. Carmen Sierra, Marilyn Cruz Aponte. I would like to invite Stephanie Thomas. I would like to invite Jeremy Miller. And Jeremy is like, I don't know when, you'll just tell me when I go up, Marilyn. He's the coolest guy I've ever met, this guy. Jeremy Miller from Liberty Bank. Is anyone here from M&T? Because we got a foundation from them. We got a foundation grant from them. Okay, they're not here. And did I miss anybody? I didn't miss anybody, right? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh my gosh. Connecticut Health Foundation, Tiffany Donaldson. Where is she? Come on up. And then Irandi and Norma, have you been given instructions on our little rollout? Okay, we're ready for that. And where's my scissors? Is my mic on? Because I don't need, yes, it is. Okay, perfect. Okay, so you two here, hey, here we got it, we got it.
Where's my music?
So our board members, Carmen Sierra, Marilyn Cruz Aponte, yeah, she's got it. I got the scissor, Jeremy, yeah. Marilyn Cruz Aponte. Irandi Ryland at the end. Norma Villanueva on this side. As a result of the kind of support that I have gotten from my board members, we are ready to open the doors. So maybe you all can join us. We're going to do 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, very loud. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. It's official. Jeremy, you want to say where? You want? Oh, you're good. Okay. No, wait, Jeremy. Actually, Jeremy was going to dance salsa with me. He told me, he goes, when I come up on the stage, make sure make sure I can dance salsa with you. Okay, you're good. You're good. All right, Jamie, off the hook. Okay, so we need some chairs up on the stage, I believe it is. Yes. All right, while they bring the chairs up on the stage, we are going to go into our afternoon panel, and then we're going to have a break after the panel. Like I told you, it's a boot camp, but you're in. Is everybody in? You're in, right? Okay, great. So the panel this afternoon, the topic is so appropriate for what we just finished discussing. Do I have a, I do have a, Okay, we're good. Why so few Latinas make it to the top? As I was discussing this topic, because I'm always fascinated with, what is it that, is it because of our accent? Is it because of our skin color? Is it because we didn't have the right school? Is it because we don't have the right, golf group? Whatever it is, like, what is it that we need to do in order to not just break the glass ceiling? I want to break the walls, and I want to break the floor too. So the topic of being why so few Latinas make it to the top. And if I can invite in the order, I don't have my paper, so I don't have the order. Is that okay? All right, we're going to go with Lina Rodriguez, the president and CEO of CRT, to come on up to the. Patricia Murillo, directamente de California. Rose Velez. You can start on that side. We have to make a little U here. Okay, Patricia, I didn't even get to see you. Oh my God. And Dinora Lopez from Liberty Bank. So before we put the IMAG on so everybody can see what's going on the stage, I want to show you one more slide, because we had this conversation on our Zoom calls to say, okay, like, what do we want to focus on? What do we want to talk about? And one of them said, why are we saying why so few Latinas make it to the top when we should be saying, my clicker's not working? Why Latinas make it to the top? So our conversation today is going to focus on both things. I compromised, right? To say, you know what? Not enough Latinas are making it to the top, but you're right. There are Latinas making it to the top. So with that, maybe we can make more of a circle here. Yeah, Lena, on that side over there.
Let's move over a little more, because I don't think they can see you.
Okay. You can't? Oh, is that good? Is that good, everybody? Porque ustedes son parte de esto, así que si ven algo que no sirve, dilo. Dilo. Okay, I'm good with that. Okay, so we were having these conversations about why Latinas make it to the top. And I think that I would like to start out by defining what is the top. Like, what do we mean when we make it to the top? Because for me, having reached a director level in a Fortune 100 company, I felt very successful, because my trajectory was not that I was going to make it that far. My high school guidance teacher, like many have experienced, said, oh, Marilyn, you're just not smart enough. I heard these words, and I continue to hear these words. And I've internalized them for so long in my life that I never thought that I was going to reach a director level. So for me, I feel like I did make it to the top. And now, is there another level behind over top? Because now I feel like that's where I am. Yeah. What's that?
Tippity top.
Tippity top. So we're going to start with Rose.
Top of top. Top of top.
She gave me a new, it's the tippity top. So let's talk a little bit about what our perspective is and how that's defined, as well as, what are the stigmas attached to, what that really means. Let's start off with Rose.
Sure. Well, I was one of those individuals who had a very rare experience when I was younger, in that I had an internship at a major company in Stamford, Connecticut. And as a high school intern, so for all of the high schoolers who are here, this was an awesome experience for me. And I was in corporate America, and I was in human resources. And that's when I found my love for human resources. And just to take a step back, I was only, at the time, 15. It was the end of my sophomore year in high school. At the end of my sophomore year of high school, I became, actually, in the middle, I became a mom. So I got pregnant at the age of 14. I had a child at the age of 15. and I got this internship because there were some individuals in my high school that saw something in me that I didn't see in myself. And so I was afforded this opportunity of going to intern at a major company. And that's where I found my love. So very quickly, I knew that I loved this thing called, back then it was called personnel, for those of you who were around for a long time, for HR. I love the fact, I love connecting with people. I love the influence of people. And I very quickly learned structure in corporate America. And I knew at 15, I wanted to be the top HR person. Not everybody knows that. But there was something that I desired and that I wanted. And my environment that I came out of, I lived in the projects and a very had very humble beginnings. And
you grew up in Connecticut,
I
right?
grew up in Stamford, Connecticut.
Stamford, Connecticut.
So there was the projects there called Southfield Village off of exit 6 on I-95. And it was hard. It was rough. And so I knew very quickly, having a 6-month-old son, getting an experience that I had never seen before of everybody doing so well. It was kind of working for me, was peaceful because it got me away from my environment. And I just knew I wanted to be the top HR person. That was the top for me at the time. But the question was, what do I need to do to get there? Because I came from a family of 6, 4 older brothers and 1 older sister, and none of them graduated from high school. They all dropped out. And everyone thought that that was going to be my ending as well, since I had a child at so young. But I was determined at that point that, nope, I'm going to make it to the top. I don't know what I need to do, but I'm going to figure it out. And so it was a one step at a time thing for me. But the top for me, to answer your question, was definitely getting that top position. I'll stop there to let my...
And the top position being that you're an SVP, right?
Yeah, I'm an executive VP.
So what is the difference between
Chief
executive
HR officer for a technology company. And that's global.
Let's give her. Y vino de los proyectos, ¿sabe? ¿Sabe cómo son las cosas? So, you know, I think, Lena, you were talking about, I think you're the one that even mentioned this, the whole idea of what the top means, because the top is different for everybody. Tell us a little bit about that.
So I certainly think that's extremely important. As you know, I'm CEO and president of the Community Renewal Team. This community action agency, we serve close to 75,000 individuals annually and close to about 25,000 families. Most of the people that we serve are people of color. It's a 50-50 split between African Americans and Latinos. And everybody has, and we have a huge employment program. And we're always trying to move people, moving the needle as to where people want to be. So what my top is very different from other people that are trying to get to a certain level. So we've got to work with individuals individually in terms of helping them with their plan. And I've got my plan because I'm always prepared, which is part of my plan, so I can go through my plan in terms of what that looks like. But it really is helping people get to their top, where they want to be. When I had this conversation with Marilyn, I said, you know, the top doesn't necessarily have to be a C-suite. Folks may not want to be in a C-suite. You know, I'm the CEO of a nonprofit, and I'm delighted. And other folks may want to do other things. You may have the individual that is the head of nursing at Hartford Hospital, and her husband works for Hewlett-Packard, and they have a wonderful home, and they have 3 kids, and that's the top for them, and they enjoy that. So it's about giving people skills to get to where they want to be, wherever that top is for them.
You know, so that's fascinating because I'm always interested in understanding when an opportunity is presented and we heard this in our research as well, as you know, Latinas, an opportunity came their way and they said no. And one of the reasons that came up had to do with cultural expectations, because we still are hearing messages. Mira, it's good that you got that job and you're making that money, but don't look better than the man.
And we're still getting these kind of messages from our communities and from our families. So Patricia, talk to us about that whole, the whole cultural perspective that is connected here with, you know, why women even sometimes don't go for that stretch assignment or that promotion.
Thank you, Marilyn. And I just want to say this has been amazing. The energy coming in, the program all day long, just amazing. Thank you. So, yeah, I also want to say we're in a moment where we are coming out of pandemic. So one of the fellows in another cohort talked about, like, in some respects, it feels like 2020, the remix version, because we're still navigating so many women making very different decisions with their career paths. And a lot of that came about, you know, through needing to figure out how to manage life in busy jobs, with childcare, with all those needs at the same time that we had George Floyd, right? Where you were suddenly, you know, in different levels of conversation about what are my expectations around how I should be treated in the workplace. I think that the cultural piece, there's so much strength in our culture. And I also think that there are narratives that get passed down generationally that don't always serve us.
Like what kind of narrative?
Well, I'll give an example. And I love, you know, every speaker has been phenomenal, but there was something earlier today that Deborah shared about her path to college. So for me, I grew up, my parents had a second and third grade education. They came, my father was a bracero. They came to, you know, rural Central Coast, California. And I got a full ride to college. My father, so this is California, I got a full ride to Vassar. And so he didn't give me permission to go. So he said no, but I had a full ride. So again, for those amazing young people that are in the audience, what it means to be able to create your own path. Sometimes, you know, my mother was always an advocate for my education, thank God. But my father, not so much. And I grew up when I was, you know, not so much as I was a teen, but I remember, like, in our house, the men sat down to eat first. That was just the way it was, right? So just these, like, messages that would come out about what is your position in relationship to, and how do we hear those messages? So I think for us, you know, we got to interrogate those self-limiting beliefs. We have to, like, you know, kind of raise them up, because sometimes they come up and you don't even realize that they're in your narrative, that they're part of your story.
What does that look like? You interrogate some of these.
I think we have to be fearlessly examining how it is that we want to be showing up for each other and for ourselves. So professionally, you know, this question earlier about what is it to be at the top, right? In my mind, I think it's like different stages at different points in our life, and how do we give ourselves permission to claim what we need at that particular stage. And it's going to look different, it's going to morph, it's going to evolve, and that's okay. But how do you really examine what is it that's keeping you from saying what you need and claiming what you need, right? So I think about power, and I love Latinas in Power, right? A lot of us are afraid of power. A lot of us have been witness to power over, power misused, right? And so when we think about the power and agency that we all have, you know, sometimes that comes with a different set of challenges. You know, this piece that you mentioned earlier about, like, no te vuelas, right? Don't be too much. You know, those are messages that we sometimes get. But, you know, estás hablando demasiado, or, you know, all those kinds of things. You're talking too much, or, you know, all those things that kind of tell us that you need to be in a particular mode. And so how to really examine those. We're doing a program right now that's really supporting, at How Women Lead, that's really supporting women to think about their own visibility one of our credos is how do we be unabashedly visible? It's really hard to get yourself out there, right? Like to put your voice out in the world, and we need it. So a lot of those narratives sometimes come up with that, right? Like if I'm actually posting something or, you know, being featured in a particular way. Some of it is also that we have in our culture, sometimes there's also this little bit of envidia that comes up, right? Like a little bit of like, you know, it's the not good side, right? Of how we're socialized sometimes to be in competition and to maybe not be support for each other. And so, you know, I really want to hold that in this space, we've been called upon today to really extend to each other, right? Beyond the day, to really be thinking about how are we connecting, how are we maintaining connection. Again, this room felt like a hug when you came in. And so how do you continue to feed on that energy?
How do we bottle it?
Yeah. And I think, you know, the other piece I would say that sometimes I had a major funder from Wells Fargo, Latina, and she said, we were asking her, what are some of the things that limit Latino organizations to ask for what they need? And she said, we're just so grateful. And it's true. It makes me tear up actually when you think about, like, you know, our ancestors, right? Like my parents, again, they are, you know, our folks, we come from folks that like believe the American dream. And so there's this gratitude. And so she said, I just wish they would be more entitled. I want our people to be entitled and ask for what they need. You're
That's
giving
what I
us,
say.
yeah. It's like, thank you, Wells Fargo, for this check for $25,000, but why isn't it $1 million?
Yeah.
You know, like, seriously, you know, it's like, what is it? You know, so how do we claim this space in our entitlement as well?
You know, and the whole idea of no me atrevo is always something that, I mean, it's always in the back of my mind, because right now, as I'm going out pitching the Latinas in Leadership Institute to foundations and to companies, you know, I'm like, oh, should I ask for 100,000? Oh, I don't know. And I'm like, no, ask for 200. Like people, Latinas are telling me, like, you know, go in there and then, you know. So I'm starting to get more comfortable with that myself. And I actually did request a certain number that I didn't think I was going to get recently, and I got it. So it was kind of cool. Exactly. So something that just dawned on me, all 5 of us came from inner city. All 5 of us came, well, either the projects or, you know, whatever it is. And Dinora, I know you come from Hartford. You're a product of Hartford.
I most certainly am. Born and raised here in Hartford. I went to several different elementary schools, but I graduated from Buckley High School. Yes. And, you know, I had all these things prepared to talk about today, but with everyone else that has spoken, there's so many different threads that I'm seeing. And one of the things that Caprice said earlier was that one of our powers, our superpower, is that we've been through things.
Yes.
We've been through hard things. And I think one of the things that's really important for us to recognize is those hard things we went through. It's so often that I don't realize all of the things I went through. At 12 years old, my mother was diagnosed with a fatal illness. I had to become mom to my sister. She passed away when I was 18. I got pregnant with twins. I was in an abusive relationship. And the story goes on and on and on and on. But somehow I managed to tap into power, the power that all of these women are talking about and spreading the word on today. And with that power, we talk about getting to the tippity top, like you were saying, Patricia, that always changes. I wanted to be a paralegal. I got to be paralegal. I got there and I said, you know what? I'm just as smart as these other people in the room. I want to be a lawyer. I became a lawyer.
There you go.
I became partner at my firm. Yes. And then I decided they didn't have the same values I did. So one of my clients, Liberty Bank, went with me to another firm, and then they said, you know what, we think you're kind of great. Why don't you come and join us? And so they recognized my talent. They recognized what I And now they are highlighting me. And that's what the companies that we get involved with need to do. Highlight the people you see that have talent. Sometimes they don't recognize it in themselves.
Yeah, that's so true.
I just wanted to jump in, Denora. So when you moved from position to position, it's because you wanted it, right?
Right.
And when you wanted it, you set out goals to actually get it,
Yes.
right? And you've gone and you met people and you put yourself in positions and in places that can surround yourself with people that can help you. So did you ask for mentors? Did you get mentors? Did you work with mentors?
Yes, absolutely. And so one of the things that I always related to was being Latina. So what I did was I got involved in a lot of Latino-focused organizations. The Connecticut Latina Golf Team, the Hispanic Bar Association, Prospanica. There were tons of organizations where I could walk in the room and feel comfortable and be exposed to leaders and other organizations who weren't passing judgment on me, who didn't say, oh, she's too young, or she doesn't have the background we're looking for. It was just walking in, getting guidance. You told me, Lina, when I showed you my business cards after becoming partner, you said, why doesn't this say partner on it? You need to get that fixed. And I did.
Why doesn't it say what? Partner. Oh.
Yeah.
She's a partner. She needs to put partner on her card.
I think I'll just add, because it's interesting, because everyone has a different journey. You know, even though you might have a similar destination or different destination, your journey could take a little different turns. So I would say, like, the roles that I had in my career to get me to the top haven't always been roles I necessarily wanted. And I'll give you an example. There was a major reorganization going on back in 2003 in my past company. I was with Pitney Bowes for 20 years. And major reorganization. And my then CHRO came to me and said, I have 2 roles I want to put you in. And then there was another business leader who came, who led one of our major businesses, and said, we don't want to lose you as our HR person. We think you can run a business. Do you want to run a P&L? I want you to be a GM in the New York office. And it put me in a position where I said, I have no idea how to run a P&L. I've been doing HR my entire life. Let me call my mentor. And my very first mentor, who's still my mentor, was when I was 15, Puerto Rican male. He led HR at the time. And he was like, go for it. Like, do what you don't know. You know, be comfortable with the uncomfortable, because that is going to help you take you places that you wouldn't even imagine. And so for me, it wasn't always a career ladder. It was a career lattice. Like, I took a lot of moves jumping on this juggle gym in different areas to really begin to kind of round out who I was as a business leader. And then it became more clear, what else did I need in order to make it to the top and climb it a little bit faster. So it's very interesting, because you knew exactly some of the things you want to do. I knew where I wanted to get, but I didn't always take the traditional steps to get there.
I just wanted to bring up the mentorship program because everybody knows that, everybody says that in order for you to get somewhere, you need people to help you.
Yeah.
You need to ask for mentors, ask for help. People are there, they want to help you. Not all the time, but at the same time, you should seek people out that can help you, even if you don't know them. Find somebody that knows them. If you admire somebody, go and try to get to know that person and ask that person if they can mentor you, because it's very important. And I'll tell you a short story. I never did that. That was my wrong. When I was in my 20s and my 30s, I'll never forget, I was working for the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. I was a financial analyst. I was in my early 30s, late 20s, long time ago. And I worked there for a couple of years. I was doing well, but this new financial analyst came in, and she was a junior financial analyst. And she came in and she started meeting all of the higher ups in the entire company. And she would ask them to mentor her. And I thought that was ridiculous. And I said, these folks are not going to mentor her. They're not going to work. I mean, she just came in and she started cold calling directors at the Port Authority. They would respond to her. They were taking her out to lunch. I was pissed. I was like, oh my God. And I couldn't believe it, but she did. And she worked it. And I was really, really surprised. So it took me a while, and it took me a long while to even think about asking people to help and mentor me and so on. But it's extremely important that you do that, and you're around circles with people that can help you. Stay away from the negative people and the people that are jealous of you and the people that say that you can, the people that you say this and that. Stay away from those people. Just go on the positive people. Stay with them. Move away.
So, Lena, so let's talk about mentoring for a little bit, because that word is always like, oh, find a mentor, do a mentor, mentor me, mentor. And sometimes, like, I get tapped to be asked to mentor people all the time, and there's just so much time and capacity that we have in order to continue to do the work that we're doing. So right now, I'm mentoring 2.5 people, and yeah, because it's informal, so I call that a half. I don't know if that's the right, but so the whole idea of mentoring, and when you're asking someone to mentor you and they say no, that they cannot do it. Let's talk about that a little bit, because often women see that as rejection, like they're not mentorable, or good enough to be mentored. And then we also don't really even know what questions to ask when we do find someone that is willing to work with us. So I have been very fortunate to have a number of mentors throughout my life. One of them is sitting right over there, Mr. Sandy Cloud.
Yay, Sandy.
He took me under his wing a good 25 years ago. And it was an informal mentoring where I can just say, hey, how do I handle the situation? I'm not really sure what to do. That's mentoring too, with a trusted person. So that you're not taking up all of their time, but you're still able to get something, the richness out of it. So 2 things that I want to talk about is, when we have rejection, and maybe Patricia, we could start with you on that, because you had a really good comment the other day. We talk about rejection, but then also, what do we do? Like, how does it work?
Yeah. So thank you for asking the question. I think that sometimes, one, we need to ask more. So like the example you gave, I think is just a perfect example. We don't always ask. What's important, I believe, is how we ask. Like, we have to do our footwork because people are really busy, right? So I think that it's very different to say, can you, take 30 minutes to help me think about something? Here's the issue. That's very different than a general, can you be my mentor? When someone says to me, can you be my mentor? I'm like for life? Like, what does it mean? Like, you don't know what's the commitment here. And certainly organizations sometimes have formal mentoring programs, and so there's structures about that. But for most of us, we're not necessarily going to find it within our organizations, because there might be something that we're trying to ascend to that there's just either not enough of us, or there's not the particular skill set that you want. So how do you do the footwork to identify, here's the thing that I would be really interested in learning from this person, or this is a puzzle I'm having, and this person has this expertise and maybe can bring some light to it. So I think that footwork piece is important. But I just want to underscore the asking. The rejection piece, I think, is really it's one of the things that, like, it's one of the beautiful things I think that's built into our culture, is that we are more relational. Like, literally, when you were coming into this space, folks were greeting as if I met you just now, and I felt like like we hugged. We were like, I want to follow up with you. There's just that energy, but it also, I think, sometimes creates more sensitivity to rejection. And so I think that we need to frame it for ourselves that it's not necessarily personal. Sometimes it is about, like, the other person's capacity or time. And so how do we, like, keep persisting so that we're getting what we need?
It's interesting. I'll start with rejection. Okay. As soon as you said that, my response was, take it as a gift. Because if somebody doesn't have the time for you, or maybe they just don't have the passion, or whatever it is, maybe they have some biases, whatever it is, take it as a gift. That it doesn't feel good when someone says no. I don't like no. by the way. Take it as a not now, or there is someone that's better closely matched for you, for your mentor. So I try to always think of it a little bit differently than a negative as a no when someone says no. The other thing I thought you said was so important is I know before mentoring became a real thing of mentoring, it's always been there, but before it really began to get legs, I didn't say, would you be my mentor? I, to your point, would say, there was a time when I moved out to Los Angeles with my past job, and there was someone that I really admired, and I admired the way he presented himself, and he knew his stuff, and I just admired that, and I wanted to learn from him on the business. And I said, would you mind while I'm out in LA that I put some time on the calendar, maybe quarterly, for us to connect so I can keep connected back with the mothership and learn a little bit from you on the business? And he said, I would love to do that. And he did that. And I think someone said it earlier, executives are very busy. Like they're really, really busy. And I do believe that people want to help others, that most people want to help. So it's so important for you to say, what do I want to get out of a mentorship or this conversation, like you were saying? What do I want to get out of it? Because sometimes you come in and you're a little confused, like, I just like that person. I just want to get to know them better. Well, say that. Say, can I get to know you a little bit better? There's a lot that I feel like I can learn from you. Can we just have a 20-minute conversation? So it doesn't have to be labeled all the time as mentoring. It doesn't have to be formal.
I love that. To your point, though, Marilyn, there are different mentors for different things. You don't have one mentor. So you can have one mentor that's great at teaching you
100%.
public speaking, or teaching you how to be to be more public relations, be in public relations. You can have a mentor that basically is going to teach you a certain skill at your work, whatever it may be. But I think it's important to iron out what you want that person to do for you. That's important, because can you teach me how to do it? Can you work with me to do this better? And then it kind of irons out time, and it irons out how much work you want that person to work with, you want that person to work with you on, and how much time that person needs to actually work with you on that particular area. But there's so many people out there with so many different talents. Tap into people's talents and work with them.
I want to go from the difference between mentor and finding a champion next. Before we do that, I would like for you all, because we want to hear from you, we want to answer your questions, and so I want to integrate that. I don't want to wait till the end. Let's just make it part of the conversation here. So we're going to pass. There's going to be. Can I get somebody to take this mic up? So we have 3 mics in the audience. Do I have anybody left? They're like, we're staying away from Marilyn. She's too pushy. No. Thank you. So Yvette, thank you. Look at that. Stepping right up, Yvette. So let's do 3 mics, and then we have our encore folks. Somebody can go on this side. Who's here? Everybody left? Norma, Maria, Rebecca, anybody? Marilyn, there you go. So Yvette, you go on this side. Marilyn, you go in the middle. Norma, or anybody else that's over there. Oh, okay, cool. You all figure it out. Where you're going. Okay. So while we go talk about this, because this whole idea of champions is different than mentors. I'd like for you to think about some questions that you would like to ask this panel up here, and I want us to really start to focus on the why. I learned that from this lady. The why. Number 1, why are we doing this? Why are we sometimes the trade-off sometimes where we don't have time for, our families because, we're working those hours, or we maybe don't have a significant other like me. Just kidding. No, true. Just kidding. No, true. Or children, or whatever it is, that I just think that there are trade-offs that we have to be okay with. We have to be comfortable with in our own, so that when we're talking about growth mindset and we're talking about authenticity of ourselves, that self-reflection of really, what is it that we want and what are we willing to give up for it? So I want to talk a little bit about that. But talk to me a little bit about the difference between a mentor and a champion. Anybody? Go.
So I'll jump in. We talked a lot about different types of mentorships and being able to ask someone to guide you along certain things. But one of the most impactful things for me was my champion. It was an attorney that came in from another firm when I was the secretary at my former firm. And he'd give me random tasks and he just would recognize that I could grasp concepts. So he was the first one when I wasn't in a room to sit with the partners and say, you know, she's got something. We need to figure out a way to elevate her. And he was my champion for 9 years. He made sure that any accommodations I needed to be able to get childcare for my kids while I was in law school, or my kids had an office in the office. You know, it sounds ridiculous, but they did. And so that's what champions do. He wasn't there sitting with me and talking through, getting through everyday things or issues. He was the voice in the room that made sure everyone knew that I could go somewhere with the right support.
That's good. It's interesting. You made me think of a book I read. It was called, I think it was called Good Is Not Enough. It was written by Keith Weiss. He used to work at Penny Bowes Blackmail. And in it, he has a section. And in the section, he talks about a couple. And you know, when you walk around and you see couples and they have arrows pointing to each other, like she's the boss. No, he's the boss. You know, they're like complimenting each other, right? And in the section, it talks about who's wearing your t-shirt. So that's kind of how I see your champion or your sponsor. Who is wearing your t-shirt when you are not in the room? Who's speaking on your behalf? And that is the type of person that is a sponsor or a champion, that no matter what, they are talking about Denora. They are saying, you know what? She should be on that team. Or we should think about her leading this project. And a mentor is more, you're calling them for a particular interest and they're helping, grooming you a little bit. And sometimes there's reverse mentorship. I do mentoring, but they reverse mentor me sometimes to keep me honest on a lot of things too. So I think there's a significant difference. So ask yourself, who's wearing my t-shirt? Who's speaking on my behalf when I'm not in the room? And do I know who that person is?
You know, and there's always an and here. There's never, let's not use but, and. We want to add to that. You know, when it comes to somebody that is a champion, to say, oh, I know, Marilyn knows how to do that. And Marilyn may not be there, maybe at another event, but Barbara said, I saw Marilyn on stage at this event, and I think she'd be a good, whatever it is that you want to say.
Can I add one more thing to that, though?
Yeah.
Here's the other important thing about, I think, a sponsor or as a champion, as you're saying. If you are in the room and you're in one of those conversations where you're getting interrupted, that person will say, hold on a second, Marilyn, let Rose finish. They, again, are speaking on your behalf to make sure you are heard while you are in the room and present.
Exactly. And but and cancel. Everybody know cancel, right? When you say cancel, that means that erases it from somebody's brain. Serious. I mean, the scientific research. I know Sandy's looking at me like, you're making that up over there, aren't you? I'm not making it up. It's cancel. So, so what I was thinking is that when you want someone to speak up for you, that you know, because they know what your skill is or what you know you're interested in, you have to let them know. So when we go to events like this, how important it is for me to tell Dinora, I am really interested in making $1 million. Or I'm really, and she knows, and what do you want the money for? Well, I want it for my Latinas in leadership. Whatever it is that you let that person know what you're interested in or what your skill set is, so that then they speak on your behalf, they know what it is you bring to the table, and that's why that's super important. We have a question in the middle, and if you have questions, just stand up next to the mic. There's one in the back. I'm sorry. Oh, Yvette, I had you on that corner, pero te moviste. No te apures, nena.
Hi. So,
Hi.
okay. I'm nervous to even ask a question.
Can you, a little louder?
Go
I'm
with
nervous to even ask a question.
it. Go with it. Go with it.
That's all right.
But
You want to say your name and where you're from?
my name is Jasmine, and I was raised in Waterbury, Connecticut. I don't know if anybody else is from Waterbury. I also grew up in the city, and when I had my first, I'm in IT, and when I had my first job, I really didn't talk because I was worried that I was going to sound illiterate or like too ebonic-y, if that's the right word. And like, how did you move past that insecurity to just even speak? Because you don't want to sound, see, I'm going to say it wrong. You don't want to sound dumb, or you don't want to sound the proper corporate, you want to sound proper. So like, how did you move past that and still ask those questions and still get to that point where you were confident to ask no matter what the words were that you said? If that makes sense.
Who wants to take it?
I'll
Okay, you can.
start. Thank you so much for getting up and asking the question, just for being brave like that. And I think your question actually ties to what the conversation we were having just a second ago. So one, I think for me, it was training. I still get nervous sometimes when I speak in public, and I'm asked to speak all the time. So getting some real training around what are some communication strategies that could improve the way that I get a message across. So that's always important. And the other piece, which is like really an internal piece, is like getting to a place of it's not about me. I have something to say that has value and people want to hear it, like getting into a mindset around that. And what I want to connect it to for what we were talking about earlier is that you can only have champions, to your point, Marilyn, if they know your work, if they know who you are. And so sometimes, again, there is a little bit of messaging around, necesitas que ser más humilde, or, just like the tone it down. We have to be able to celebrate our achievements, talk about our work, let people know what we're doing so that they can see what we're accomplishing and can feel like, yes, I want that person to shine and to have X opportunity.
It's an excellent question, because I struggled with that for a long time, especially when I was earlier in my career. And sometimes, to your point, you still get a little nervous depending upon who's in the room. I was the queen of double negatives when I was younger. I was from the hood. I was just like, I ain't got no time. So I was the queen of it. The thing about it is, I think you say it right, training, but then get yourself in an environment where you are asking questions with people you trust. And tell them you're working on it, and have someone that you can trust that will honestly come back to you and say, you really asked a great question, because I always say I'm like a swan. I'm calm on the top and my feet are like this underneath me sometimes. And what you have to do is practice. And to your point, if you have something to say, not just for the sake of speaking, not just, you have something to say, you don't agree with that, or you have something to add what Marilyn said. And so I think I got caught up sometimes when I was just trying to make sure my voice was heard instead of really having something to say. And I learned over time and through practice that, you just have to ask it. And it may not come out perfect every single time, but you'll have a sponsor, or someone might be in the room that will help you elaborate, get you in a comfortable place, and then you can elaborate even more. So practice.
And start today. You're in the candy store.
Yeah.
Look around.
She started today. She
Exactly.
did.
Exactly.
So
there's a question over here, Lena, but right after Lena, then we'll take your question over there.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in. One of the real important tools that you can have is public speaking. Public speaking. Public speaking is key, especially if you want to be in a management position. And I will tell you, Toastmasters. Start off with Toastmasters. It will help you. I will give you another little story. So when I was early on in my career as well, I was the Director of Finance at the Board of Education. I managed $4.3 billion of funds for the New York City Board of Education. I knew my craft, I knew my spreadsheets, my work was impeccable. My superintendent I loved. We had a great relationship. There was a conference. And the conference was all the principals in New York City were at this conference. I was talking to all the principals, talking about their budgets, this, that, and the other, all the confidence in the world. My superintendent comes to me and she says, Lena, in the afternoon session about 2:30, I want you to present the new budget forms and the new regulations for the new budget that has to happen for the next fiscal year. I came down with the worst fake stomachache that you would ever know of. I was like, I gotta throw up. I gotta go home. I was like, all the confidence an hour ago. But when I had to go up and do all of a sudden that presentations on the budget and all, I went home. I got in my car. I went home. I told my superintendent. I didn't tell her. I told the deputy superintendent. And they were like, okay. And I went home. After that, I called my friend on the phone. I said, could you believe I did this? And she says, the one thing she said, which is interesting, which I'm sharing with all of you, don't be so hard on yourself.
Yeah.
Don't be hard on yourself.
Exactly.
If you have to do that for that moment, I've learned later, do it. And then just move and learn from it. But know that that's something that you have to work on. Because it's going to be very, very important in your career. And speaking and public speaking is very important, and it'll take you to many places. So start early. As soon as you can start, when you get that opportunity to dance. Do it. And even if you stumble at the beginning, because you're going to need it later in life, just do it. Because the minute you start desensitizing yourself from those situations, then it comes fluidly. But that's a really, really important tool for your toolbox. Public speaking is key.
Opportunities come with preparedness. You've heard me say this before.
Yeah.
I heard it from Jamie Lee Curtis at a women's conference once, and it stayed with me, and that was like 20 years ago. And that means like what you just said about practicing. So before we started the panel and I shared with you the whole idea of the Latinas in Leadership Institute and why I feel that Latinas are uniquely positioned, right, to become one of the most influential voices of leadership in the US. I practiced that line in front of the mirror, and walking around the inflection, because I wanted it came from my heart, but I also wanted it to be very clear as to what I was trying to say. And not but, I think nothing, specific. And so, and all of us do this when, we are preparing for presentations. So putting the time and the work into what it is. And maybe you just start with a paragraph and then practice that paragraph over and over and over. And then all of a sudden it becomes you. It's just you naturally talking. So we have a question with Norma over here.
Hi, my name is Sonia. And
I can't hear you, hon.
My name is Sonia, and I'm from New Haven, Connecticut.
Okay.
So my question to the panel is that you mentioned that seek out a mentor or a champion. However, someone like myself who's first generation working professional and first generation college graduate, it can be quite difficult to approach to somebody when we as a first gen have been doing things ourselves, trying to navigate through our life and through education and through our career. I recently, well, actually a year ago, I quit my corporate job to fulfill my entrepreneurship. And, and my question is, how do you approach to an ideal person who could be a good mentor without sounding needy?
And Dinora, I want you to answer that because I know that you probably had to go through some obstacles around that.
Absolutely. And so the first thing I would say, like DEBORAH ROSADO SHAW said, is we need to be needy. We need to be needy and recognize it and be open. We need to leave that orgullo at the door and go out and ask people. And you just started the first step. You're in a room full of people. I bet you right in this room, you could be referred to 5, 10, maybe 15 people who could help you succeed in your entrepreneurship path. And so for me, I had to always ask for help because I didn't have family around. I had to look for supports in unusual places, and anyone that I could find that would say something like, well, what do you want to do? Here's what I want to do. Do you know anybody? Do you know anybody? They may not be able to help you immediately, but, and for various reasons, like Marilyn said, sometimes they don't have the time, sometimes they're overwhelmed, but that doesn't mean they're not willing to take 10, 15 minutes of their time to have coffee with you and to go through their own Rolodex to help give you that hand up. So don't leave here today without a referral.
Thank you. Don't leave here today too. Thank you. I appreciate so much your getting up and sharing again, because this is the space. I think sometimes, again, we got to be specific about what it is that we need in the moment. One of the things that at How Women Lead that we really try to cultivate, so this is a network of 18,000 senior executive leaders. And even because at every stage of your professional journey, when you're trying to ascend, when you're trying to get to that next rung, whatever that might be for yourself, you get into this mindset of it gets scary to ask. And so we try to practice this notion of requests and offers. So this idea that in all of our conversations, like today, if you're networking today, if you're following up, that there's an opportunity to say, this is what I'm working on. Could you help me? You know, making a specific request. And then for you in that, and this comes naturally, I believe, to Latinas, because we want the relationship. We don't want it to be transactional. To say, tell me about what you're working on and what do you need? How can I help? That extension. Right now, raise your hand if you, in the last 2 weeks, have made an introduction for a female colleague. If you've introduced a female colleague, okay. So I want us to challenge ourselves. We're slow to do this. I want us to challenge ourselves to extend that. Making an introduction. Men, by the way, do this without a thought for the most part. They do it without a thought. Women tend to hold it. Like, well, you know, I don't know. I'm going to vouch for her. I'm going to, you know, we have to get over that. We have to be generous with those introductions. It's the only way it's going to happen. We're creating our own ecosystem.
Absolutely.
You know, so let's do that. Let's stand in that. How can I support you? What can I do?
I know I'm getting waves in the audience, but I know.
I just want to end with this because the companies that are in the room here,
Right.
Like we are, I realize I've only been at Double Verify now for 18 months, and we recognize, and I actually have a number of people here, and our VP of Talent is here, who just started with us for 6 months ago, that our organization was hungry for mentoring, and either to be a mentor or be a mentee. And so we're about to roll out a mentor-mentee program in the organization. And I think it's important. I think it's important for companies to do that because people don't know how to go about it. And what is it? And how do I do it? And am I matched with the right person or not? And so I would just encourage, no matter how small or large the company is, you have passionate people within your organization who want this, who need this, and they will help you get it off, you know, to a good start. It can happen organically, even if they just have the right sponsorship to get it done.
This is so good. You know, techniques, tips, ideas, resources, everything that we're sharing here today. I hope that you all are really absorbing that because this is the stuff that works. And Patricia, you were just talking about the whole, the networking piece in a way where right now at your table, there is a stand that is a QR code to LinkedIn. That's how I connected with Rose, through LinkedIn. That's how I connected with, I mean, like, I use LinkedIn all the time. And so Liberty Bank's folks were kind enough to put together the document that is on your table right now, and to give you the steps of how important your LinkedIn profile is. That is a form of networking, and that is the kind of legwork that we need to put in it. So you're going to go out there and it's like, oh man, you have to like write now? Yes, you have to write. You have to do a little bit of the legwork.
So there's like 5 questions in the audience. We got like 10 minutes left. So I'm going to go right here because I know before I go there, this one was waiting, and then you can go with that. Okay, Glorimar.
Hola, hola, hola. Patricia, aquí I'm
Your name
following.
and then who? Yeah, your name.
My name is Gloriman, and I just started my own technology company, IT, in January. So I
¿Cómo
was
se
in the
llama?
corporate
¿Cómo se llama
world.
la compañía?
Solvo Telecom Consulting. So I was in the corporate world for a while, and then I went on to consulting for 23 years. So I started 30 years ago, and when I was 13, or when I was a baby. But anyways, from a mentoring perspective, right now, Patricia, you mentioned, hey, we have to stand up and volunteer and say, hey, and connect. Jasmine, I'm with you, right? Yes, I'm your mentor. I'm your mentor. Yes, I am your mentor. I must say, as a Latina in IT and technology, we're very, very small, 2%, right? And we're sometimes the only voice, the Latina voice in a room full of women that are not Latinas or male, right? So it is very hard. So I do understand. It's been 30 years in IT, and I have fulfilled my mission and my dream by going on my own, but that's a different story. Dinora has been amazing. She has been my mentor, my advisor, my champion. What other words are there? She's been all. So thank you for this last year that she's been there for me, to take me to the next level and to give me that confidence that I can get to the next level. So thank you, Dinora, for that. But I just want to say the importance of mentoring. You know, just kind of came from you this past year. But I do have a lot of mentors through my entire career. But what my mission was to start mentoring more often. So there are mentoring programs. I got accepted to Empower, which is a Latinas or minority technology mentoring program. And the interesting part is that they told me, hey, you're not gonna make it, right? And because the deadline is in like 3 days. I'm like, I don't know, get me in there. I wanna interview. Maybe there's a match. And they said, no, well, I don't think you're gonna make it. You're going to maybe the next season, right? In June, July, or whatever. And I was like, well, I don't care. That's fine. I'll wait. And immediately I got a call after the interview. And they were like, yep, you've been matched. So you have a mentee. But again, don't give up. And you know that your voice and your time, regardless whether it's 8, 10, 12 weeks, is going to make a difference in someone's life.
Thank you. All right, we've got just one more question because then we have our little round of final comments here before we have to break. So we want to stay within, the time frame that gives everybody that is part of this conference the time that they need. Okay. All right. Last question here.
Hello? Okay.
Yes.
Hi, everyone. Abigail Ortega. I am actually from Los Angeles, California. I am a mental health psychotherapist, and I have a group practice. And so my question is really focused on the mommies in the room. Something that we're seeing a lot is high stress levels with moms, especially during and after COVID, like just a lot of roles that women are taking on. And so for the women that are trying to rise to the top, raising, one or multiple children, maybe have a husband that is traditional in the home, just wondering if there's any advice for those women here in the room that perhaps cannot work past 5 o'clock. There are people that stay, right, like all night long, and there are moms here that are well deserving of climbing, but perhaps feel stopped because they can't be in the office all the time. So just wondering from the panelists what advice you can give to those women.
All right, who wants to take that one?
I'm not.
I can start. I can do my best. Well, I think as you heard, I was a single mom when I was 15. I have 3 boys now. My youngest is 12, my middle one is 15, and my eldest is 36. I have 3 grandsons as well.
Wow.
I know. All boys. All boys. So I've had a lot of experience of working. I mean, my older 4 brothers, I've been around men a lot in my career. I think for me, there is no such thing as work-life balance. It doesn't exist for me. There's this whole example, there's the term work-life integration now. And I think the way it's worked for me is, number one, you know, I didn't choose wisely the first time, but the second time that I was married, I have a really wonderfully supportive husband. Because there's a lot, as women, you feel guilty about certain things, you feel guilty about leaving for long periods of time. I still, when I travel internationally, I'm not the person that will go 2 days early to go sightseeing and leave 2 days later. I go as late as possible, and sometimes that means a red eye, and I come home as soon as possible. Because I want to, number one, I want to be there for my children as well. And I think they're in the prime years of their life right now, the middle school to high school. It really is going to impact them moving forward. So I try to be around as much as possible. And I have a very supportive husband that really helps with that. Now, it wasn't always that way because I was single. So who did I have to help me? And I can hear my mentor. There were times where I wanted to give up. I went on to get my bachelor's and then my master's. I had to figure out how to pay for it. All of this were things that complicated being a young mom and being a mom of 3. You have to build a network. So I hear my mentor saying, what's your backup plan? What do you mean, what's my backup plan? You weren't in yesterday, you were out sick. This is when I was a high school student. I didn't know everything there was around corporate life. And he was like, Bumby, you need a backup plan. What's your backup plan? And I said, well, my babysitter was sick. Doesn't matter. What's your backup plan if the babysitter gets sick? Like, he was instilling in me very quickly that I had to come up with something to help me to not impact my work. I love to cook. This is the other thing that makes me feel guilty. I'm not home to cook all the time. I stopped feeling guilty about that. I'm like, we're just going to eat. If you don't cook, honey, you have to just order in. That's what you have to do. And sometimes I cook a little bit more on the weekend, freeze things so they can have it during the week. So I just try to prepare more as much as possible. But it's hard when you don't have support. I'm not going to lie to you. It is very difficult. And that is support from home and support from work. Because there's times where you have to, that whole work-life balance thing that's not really in existence, where you have to say, I'm not going to that meeting today. Are you okay with that? Because I have to do X. And I think this is also where you build the community and network of people around you at work that trust you, that know your situation, that can also help you in a pinch as well. But you have to perform at work. That's important. But the whole doing everything, it's hard. It's hard, and you're going to feel like something is you're missing out on something at any given time. It just, I don't know a person. If you please show me that superwoman. I try to wear a cape as much as possible, but something feels like you have to let go a little bit at any given time, and then you just reintegrate and you say, okay, this week is the week I'm staying home a little bit more. This week is I'm going to give a little bit more at work. So you just have to figure out what's going to feel right for you as an individual, because that's what's most important, because you're not going to be able to show up as your best self at home or at work if you're not feeling that blend that feels right to you.
I want to just add something to that, excuse me. Folks have been affected by COVID tremendously, especially 100%. Parents home with their kids. So one of the other things that we may want to tell parents is to go and get help. Go and get mental health services. There are mental health services out there, behavioral health services. Folks need to talk to somebody and get that out so that they can become healthy, they can set their goals, and they can move forward and take care of their kids.
So important. Yeah.
So important.
Yeah, I have so many questions. I have so many more questions, and we have run out of time. FOMO is one of them. You were kind of leading the FOMO thing, because it is hard to say no. But the whole thing about working with not feeling guilty about saying no is definitely something that so we have, I'm going to do my Ari Melber from MSNBC or CNN, whatever it is. He does this, okay, 30 seconds, 30 seconds, tell me what your last, comment is. So we're going to give you 30 seconds. So the last question that I want to ask within 30 seconds is, we have a lot of companies here. We have a lot of executives here in the room. What is their role in what they could be doing? I know 30 seconds is not a long time, but let's start off with Dinora in terms of, some of them are doing a really good job, but we need more.
Mm-hmm.
We need you to step up a little more. And so what is it, if there was one thing that they could be doing right now that you want to suggest or make this recommendation, gentle recommendation?
So I would say it's getting to know your teammates and what's important to them. As I've been at Liberty Bank since February, and I have been so impacted by the way Liberty Bank makes it a mission to know what their teammates are involved in. We have Pride Night, we have mental health awareness. I was talking to someone earlier this morning from the bank, and she says, "Were you in the bank this morning? I walked by an office and they were giving massages." Like,
I'm gonna come work over there.
It's the awareness of what your team needs and delivering on helping them.
Rose, yes. Rose.
I think this goes along the lines of what you were saying, Dinora. Listen.
Listen.
Like listening to what your people are saying they need to be most productive and engaged. And then try to act on it. Give them the tools also. The companies don't have to do it themselves. Like if you provide people with the tools, you have a lot of people in your organization that are very passionate. Give them the resources and the tools, and they will do things that are fabulous. Like Liberty Bank, we just had what we call an anchor week. That is a week we have everybody, we work 2 days a week in the office. Everybody comes in the office Monday through Thursday. And during that week, they get learning. They get training, and we're very focused on wellness, mental wellness, physical wellness, financial wellness. So the things are usually around one of those things. And then on the Friday after the anchor week, guess what they get? The whole company shuts down and we do a mental wellness day. So I would say, listen to your people, because that was all as a result of what the people said they wanted and what they needed. So listen.
Patricia.
Yeah, I think, and this is really with lots of appreciation for the folks that are here and clearly care about Latina representation, clearly care about Latina leadership. But we can't just rely on individual leaders, right? It's the rigorous commitment that diversity is essential to bottom lines, that it creates retainment. That's about transparency of data, including compensation, how that gets decided, that about, really rigorously looking at hiring practices, retention practices, all of those things. And there's a place for policy.
Yeah.
There's a place for policy. We know that when you have women on boards, when you have people of color on boards, organizations, businesses perform better. Those workplaces are just better, right? And yet we have people... And yet there's still so much resistance, and we are in a tremendous backlash right now around DEI. And so we have to figure out what are those policy legislative levers to make it so.
Yeah.
Okay, Lena.
So I think that organization and company leaders have their data. They know what their reports look like. They know what their EEO reports look like. If you don't have a fair representation of people of color in your company, you've got to know there's something wrong. Because there is a lot of talented people out there of color. So you've got to know somehow those folks are not getting into your companies, and I think you need to find out why. And I think that's really, really important. So looking at data, see how many folks that you have of color in your organization is really important, and doing something about it. Please just don't get a DEI consultant to come in and spend 6 months and do all of this training. Not that I'm saying that's not important. I'm saying look at the numbers, do something about it, listen to your people, put some programming in your organization, some groups, whatever it may be, Latino, African American caucuses, whatever they may be, groups, so that folks can network with each other across the agency, get folks in the door, because there's a lot of talented people out there that you're missing out on.
And my recommendation, I'm sure you are probably already know what it's going to be, is we are handing companies an opportunity to provide training for their employees through our new Latinas in Leadership Institute. So this is a platform that we would like for you to take back to your organizations and say, we want at least one person from our organization to go through this in this pilot this fall. We have 7 slots taken and we have 7 slots open. Those are going to close very, very quickly. We just launched, as you could see today. So there's a lot of interest, but those are the kind of platforms that you want to take back to your organizations and say, hey, I think we ought to look at this. And then open the door and, we can come in and present. So I would like to thank our panel, I think, give them a round. Such valuable information. So before you leave, so what's going to happen next is that we are going to take a break. And I think I ordered some cookies or something like that. You should have coffee, that kind of thing. And we're going to go back to visit the exhibitors. They're going to break down right after that. I would like for you to be back in the room by 3:10 and use the restrooms. And wait, no, espérate, no terminé. Espérate.
Where's the cookies?
Con calma. And so when we come back, we are going to have our closing keynote speaker, celebrity and new author. I already read her book. Andrea Navedo will be here to close out the day today. She has an amazing, amazing story of the transition from working in front of the camera to becoming an author. And then we have a beautiful Latina Champion award ceremony following Andrea. We've added a new award this year because we just had to, which is called Latina Warrior. Community warrior, and you'll meet the women that will be receiving these awards, and then we'll be closing our program at approximately 4:30, and then you'll have a half an hour. We'll put the music on, the bar is open, we socialize and network, and then the band will come on at 5 o'clock. So that's the plan. I hope everybody stays for the rest of our program. Thank you to the panel. And stay here for pictures. If I can get Leslie to come up to the stage so we can grab our photo. Caesar, can I have some music? Okay. And if I can have somebody just kind of do our out, I know some people have to leave, that's okay. But we just want to be able to fill these tables in. So if you're sitting way in the back and you want to sit up front, it's okay. Just raise your hand if you're sitting in the back and you want to move up. No? Okay, good. All right, we're ready. Welcome back, everyone. So, what do you think? How did we do today? Thank you. Thank you. You know, people say, where do I get my energy from? I get my energy from the audience. When I see your faces and I see your smiles, it just fills me. It just gives me that kind of motivation, inspiration, encouragement to keep going. Que seguir pa'lante, right? All right, so our closing speaker today is none other than the beloved Sayomara on Jane the Virgin. Everybody heard of that? Yeah, we got Sayomara. Her real name, though, is Andrea Navedo. And, you know, she was our speaker maybe 4 or 5 years ago. And I think she had just finished Jane, so it had to be maybe 4 years ago. And I was addicted to Jane. You know, like I didn't think I was going to like it. Like, ¿qué clase de nombre es eso, Jane the Virgin? ¿Qué clase de nombre? That's not going to make it. And guess what? It was so successful. And so Andrea and I, you know, most of the speakers that come to Latinas in Power over the years, we become friends. They love what we're doing. And that's when you can tell that these are authentic women. These are women that really care about other women and are stepping it up to support and to do their part. So Andrea is one of them. And so what I'd like to do is, Andrea, you are ready, right? Is do, there we go.
But I've never had sex.
Okay, now I have to go back because there's no volume. But I like that look. Should I? No. Can I get some volume on my video to introduce my girl?
But I've never had sex. Immaculata. You are Immaculata. What? No, Mom.
Clearly, she's not a virgin.
Of course I am. That's a mistake.
It's not a mistake.
Or it's a hormonal thing.
And it's hard to let those pieces of me go. Because it feels like I'm giving up myself. But then I realized none of what defined me before defines me now.
Who could blame her? I mean, I'd missed everything. Her first dance, her first kiss. How do you get that back?
You don't.
Andrea Navedo. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. The woman that you saw in those videos has a little girl living inside of her. And every woman in here has a little girl living inside of her. So that girl in the video never knew that she'd be where she has ended up. In the early 80s, I moved from the West Bronx to the Fort Apache area in the South Bronx, also known as the Burning Bronx. It was called the Burning Bronx because the value of the buildings were plummeting. And so at the time in the mid-70s, the landlords thought it was a much better idea to burn down the buildings and get insurance money instead. It didn't matter that there were people living there. Well, we moved to the South Bronx because my mom left an abusive marriage. We moved into a rehab building, and it was rehab to try and get the neighborhood back. But next to the rehab building were buildings in rubble. It literally looked like a bomb went off in the neighborhood. It was a war zone. Even the next block over, there was a pack of wild dogs who owned that block, and any car that tried to drive down that block, the dogs would try to bite the car. That's how vicious they were. I wasn't able to hang out in front of my building like I did in my old neighborhood. There were drug dealers on the corner. I had to walk 2 miles, go underneath the Bruckner Expressway, past homeless, more drug dealers, etc. This was not what I saw on TV. What I saw on TV were people living this beautiful, peaceful, green life, living in a beautiful house with tree-lined streets and a grassy backyard. TV was my escape. You know, back in my day, and I'm gonna age myself now, we had these big-ass, boxy TVs. They were not flat-screen TVs, and cable did not exist. And if you wanted to get good reception, you had to have what was called an antenna or a bunny ear antenna. Right? Some people remember. And like any good poor person who doesn't have what they need, if they're not getting good reception, they got to figure out what to do. So, you know, you go in your closet and you break out the wire hanger, open it up. And you go in your kitchen and you get some aluminum foil and you start connecting it and doing all the things. But anyway, I digress. On TV at the time was the it girl, Brooke Shields. Oh my God. Brooke Shields was so beautiful. She was an actress and a model, and she became famous selling Calvin Klein designer jeans in this commercial where she said, "Nobody gets between me and my Calvins." I was like, oh my God, I want to be like her. I want to be on TV like her. I want to be an actress and a model too. But that didn't seem like a possibility for me. I was brown, Latina, living on welfare and in the hood. Well, I kept that dream alive in my heart, and I knew that there would be a possibility. I knew that what I saw on TV was different than my life, but I kept hoping and kept dreaming for a future for myself. People on TV didn't look like me, act like me, eat like me, dress like me. It made me keenly aware that I was the other. Being the other, or what I like to call otherness, is that thing that makes you feel different from the majority. That thing that makes you feel like you're on the outside looking in. That thing that makes you feel less than. We all have otherness. I mean, some of us come from other countries, Dominican Republic, Uruguay, Guatemala, whatever, right? Some of us are single moms. Some of us battle with anxiety or depression, and that can certainly make you feel like you're on the outside looking in. Maybe you're the other because you have an accent. Maybe you're the only Latina in the room. My otherness was that I was Latina, brown, and from the hood. But deep down inside, I knew there was more to me than that. There was a part of me that knew that I could take the reins of my life and not settle for what my immediate surroundings were. At the very least, I was going to try and fight hard to get what I wanted and needed. But it ain't easy, let me tell you. I believe if we embrace our otherness, we can find a strength that we never knew we had. If we embrace our otherness and own it instead of rejecting it, we can fuel ourselves toward a better future. We can let the challenges of our otherness strengthen us. What I used to think were strikes against me, being brown, Latina from the Bronx, were actually helping me. Those challenges made me strong, and I ended up here. Thank you. I am an award-winning actress, producer, now published author, and my biggest accomplishment is that I'm a damn good mom. Shout out to all the moms here, right? As imperfect as we are, because we can never be a perfect mother, We are showing up every day, day in and day out for our kids. Latina moms are the freaking bomb. I'm also a determined individual on a never-ending quest to heal and better myself and the lives around me. I'm still a work in progress. I still am on this healing journey. I still battle with insecurity, fears, and doubts. You know, I used to have these lofty goals, always striving for that next big thing, that movie, TV series, etc., to prove to myself that I was worthy. But through the work that I've done on myself, my perspective has changed. Now, my biggest goal is to love myself. And also to help others love themselves too. It took me a while to get here, but it all started with a bad boyfriend. How many of you here have had a bad boyfriend? Oh my God, that's a lot of hands. That's a lot of hands. We need to change this. I have a son, by the way, and I am grooming him to be a good boyfriend. I met Marco when I was 14. He was a rebel, tough guy with a motorcycle jacket, and he had a too cool for school look on his face. And I was like, then I'm too cool for school too. I don't want to go to school. He was also abusive, and I tolerated that because it was what I saw growing up. I was also having unprotected sex. And after a while, I started to get scared. I said, oh my God, I might get pregnant. So I say to Marco, I'm thinking about going on birth control. And he says, why? You don't want to have my baby? And I thought about it. And I said, no. No, I don't want to have your baby. You think I want another little Marco running around? I got lost in this relationship for 2 years. And finally, after a series of challenging moments, I realized he was going nowhere fast, and I didn't want to be stuck with him. I didn't want to settle for abuse or have an unplanned pregnancy. I wanted to do something with myself. I wanted to have a future. I wanted to go to college. This was a fork in the road. Hang out with Marco, go on welfare, get your ass beat every once in a while, or break up with Marco, focus on school, and see where that leads. We all come to these forks in our lives, and sometimes we stay because it's what's most comfortable. It's what we know. The unknown can be very scary. And I get it. I mean, it's like walking down a dark road into the forest, and you can't see where it will lead. Well, my experience has been that it leads me to bigger and better things. And you've had these experiences too. I know it. That's why you're here. You're here to better your future and to better your children's futures. You decided to come to Latinas Power Symposium because you wanted more. And good for you, and good for us. That's the way it should be. We should be striving and growing and going for more. You showed up for you, and I showed up for me. When I broke up with Marco, my life changed for the better. I refocused on school, and I made the honor roll my last year of high school, believe it or not, like miracle of miracles. I had it in me all along. And I graduated, but it took me 5 years to graduate high school, something that I was really ashamed about for a very long time. But then I realized, wait a minute. A diploma doesn't say how long it takes to graduate. It just says you graduated, period. End of story. Right? That's all that counts. not only to the outside world, but to yourself. Knowing that I completed high school with all the strikes against me made me a winner. I realized that I had to be the captain of my ship. And just like Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz, I had the power all along. It was up to me to take responsibility for my life. So graduated high school, managed to get myself into a college. It was the only college that would accept me, by the way, because I did not have the grades. But I convinced the administrator to let me in, and he said yes, as long as I kept my grades up, and I did. And college is where I discovered my future career and my passion, acting. I ended up auditioning for a play, getting a role, and next thing you know, I was declaring it as my major. I graduated 4 years later, and I headed out to New York City to pursue my acting career. It took me 2 years to get an agent. Not easy, it's not an overnight success. And after a while, I booked little jobs here and there, little print modeling jobs. And then I booked my first national commercial for Ford cars, then Bounty paper towels. And all of that time, I'm going to acting classes, and I'm getting my headshots done, and I'm exercising, and I'm doing all the things that I could think to possibly be a successful actor. Then I booked a soap opera. I was so excited. One Life to Live. Who remembers One Life to Live here, right? I was so excited when I got in our auditions for this, because she was going to be the girl next door. And I thought, damn, TV is starting to realize that Latinas can be the girl next door too. Awesome. Turned out, after I accepted the role, that it was the girlfriend of a gang leader. And I was so heartbroken. But I decided to take one for the team. I said, I'll take this role, but I'm not going to play her the way she's written on the page, this stereotype. No, I'm going to play her with heart and a conscience and make her human. She will be multifaceted. That job was supposed to last 4 months. It lasted 2.5 years. And I believe that because I embraced my otherness, that job had longevity. When I decided to pursue an acting career, I knew the odds were stacked against me. But owning my otherness, I said to myself, you know what? Okay, I might be the other. Maybe I don't look like the successful actors I see on TV and film. But I'm going to take a bet on Andrea Navedo. I am going to throw my hat in the ring and say, I am here, I exist, and I have value. I am going to be a successful actress, period. Thank you. But then I got lost again, and I quit acting. I know people never believe me when I tell them I quit acting, but it's true. Well, what happened was I got married and had 2 kids. And when I had my kids, oh my God, like my maternal instinct kicked in big time. They were so little and so innocent. I wanted to keep them safe. I wanted to nurture them, teach them. I wanted to put my imprint on them. And I was a Latina mom. There was no way that a nanny was gonna raise my kids. Nothing wrong with nannies, but still. So I focused on my kids all the time, and to the point where my agents would call me with auditions, and if it was going to take me out of town for a very long period of time, I would say no, which meant that I was turning down a lot of things. Finally, after a year, my agents call me and they tell me, Andrea, we're dropping you as a signed client because you haven't made enough money this year. And I was like, oh my God, okay. And honestly, I kind of was expecting that call to happen because I knew I wasn't doing the things that I needed to do to make my career grow. I wasn't watering my plant, so to speak. And you know what? It's not easy being a mom and trying to follow your career. You know, there's a lot expected of us as women. We are supposed to raise our children as if we were stay-at-home moms, but yet we're still supposed to expected to be successful and pay the bills and put a roof over our heads. This shit ain't easy. I mean, seriously. And pursue our goals and dreams and all this. But you know what? Sometimes you got to put 80% attention in one area and 20% in the other. And as time goes on, it switches and you just make do with what you can. But after all of that, I finally got a call after going into a very deep depression. A friend of mine called me. He was a director, and he said, Andrea, I want to offer you this role in this play that I'm doing, and it's the female lead. And I went, oh, Anthony, I'm sorry, but I quit acting. And he goes, what? You can't quit acting. And I said, well, I'm sorry, I did. My agents dropped me. And he goes, oh my God, Andrea, please, you're breaking my heart. Don't say that. You're way too talented. And I was like, well, I don't know what to tell you. So he goes, look, can you please just read this play? Read the play. So I said, fine. I read the play. It was so good. I was like, oh my God. It was like a little spark for me. And that feeling that I love to perform came up. And I said, oh my God, I got to figure out how to do this play. So part of the problem was the play had some nudity. And I was thinking, well, I'm a mom now. I can't play roles like that anymore. And then I thought, but wait a minute. How did you become a mom? Well, whatever. Neither here nor there. So I talked to my husband, got him on board. He said yes. Then I had to find babysitting, scrambling for babysitters, but eventually made a whole bunch of phone calls, and that happened. I did the play. And after the first rehearsal, I was back in full force. I was so excited. I invited my agents back. They came to see it. I tried to convince them to sign me on as a client again, and then they said no. What? But you came to see my play. I thought you were interested in me again. No, Andrea, the business has changed. You know, you have to work 10 times as harder than when you first started. So I went, okay. That's cool. You know what? If you had said yes, I probably would have taken it for granted anyway. So I will show you. So they ended up sending me on 2 auditions. The first one was I booked. And the second one was to test in a series regular role, but it had to fly me out to LA. Well, before I got on that plane, my agent was like, Andrea, we need to talk about that signed client thing again. And I became a signed client again. So after that, I booked Law & Order, did it for 2 years. Then I did Law & Order SVU. Then I did HBO's How to Make It in America, opposite Louis Guzman. And finally, after 27 years of pounding the pavement, I booked my first series regular role, Xiomara on Jane the Virgin. 27 years in the making for Xiomara on Jane the Virgin to land in my lap. Let me break it down for you. I mean, everybody has to pound the pavement. Everybody has to pay their dues. But being the other can also make it harder. But I think that owning our otherness is a crucial step. Now, owning my otherness was not easy, and I'm no expert. But here's how I did it and how you could too. First, you have to take 100% responsibility. I said to myself, Andrea, stop being a bystander in your life. Start today by taking 100% responsibility for everything that has ever happened to you, situation, circumstance, and will happen to you in your life. This is your life, Andrea, no one else's. Everybody else is busy working on theirs. If you don't like your situation or what's going on in your life, what are you going to do about it, Andrea? I mean, seriously, what are you going to do? We have to have these conversations with ourselves every once in a while, and maybe we look like a loca doing it, but it doesn't matter. Because if you are in a situation or circumstance that you're not happy with, sometimes you got to stop and ask yourself, this is a very important question. Who or what am I blaming for my problems? then you got to take 100% responsibility for making it better, no matter who's to blame. Next, you got to decide what you want. For me, I wanted to have a future. I wanted to go to college, so I broke up with Marco. Then I wanted to heal and love myself from the trauma that I experienced as a child, so I went to therapy. Then I wanted to be a successful actress and represent my people, so I kept doing the things to make that happen. So you got to ask yourself, what do I really want? And what do I need to do to get it? For me, I wanted a better life. So what did I do to get it? I took responsibility and then I took action. One of my favorite things to do as far as action taking is writing it down. To me, writing it down is like putting it out in the universe. It's like being a witch at her cauldron and calling it. Words have so much power. Speaking it out loud all the time on a regular basis is powerful. The other thing that you can do to take action is to ask for help. Do you know that the book that I wrote came to fruition from writing an email? I hit some sort of like chord in the universe when I sent that email out. I said, I want to write a book. I want to help others. I want people to know that they're not the only ones who feel like I feel and that they can still be successful anyway. So I knew that I wouldn't see it through. I knew that if I tried to sit down in front of my computer, that I wouldn't see it through. One, because I wouldn't think that I was smart enough. Two, I wouldn't think that I was tenacious enough, and that after the excitement of saying I'm going to write a book, life would take over and then I would drop the ball and I wouldn't finish. And so I said to myself, I know what I need. I need a personal trainer of writers. So I need a writing coach. I need someone to hold me accountable. I need someone to hold my hand and kind of show me how to do it, someone to encourage me. So I sent an email out to a friend of mine who has an incredible network. Her name is Sonia. I said, Sonia, in this email, I want to write a book. I'm looking for a writing coach. Do you know anyone? And so she writes back, well, what is your book about? And I said, well, I want to write about, I want to sort of write a self-help memoir. And she goes, okay, let me think about it. Shortly thereafter, she comes back to me. She goes, Andrea, I thought of someone. She is an editor, senior editor at Broadleaf Books. And should I make an intro? Sure, make an intro. So she makes the intro and she sends like kind of my bio to this woman and then a link to a speech that I gave to my high school alma mater, DeWitt Clinton in the Bronx. She watches that video. Next thing you know, she says she wants to meet with me. We have a Zoom meeting. I tell her my book idea. And then she goes, I saw your video. And you know, I think you have more than one book in you. I think that speech could be a book. Can I pitch you to my company? And I went, sure. I wasn't expecting you could pitch away. I was just looking for a writing coach. So she pitches me to the company, comes back a week later. Oh, you got greenlit to the next level. I'm like, all right, cool, thanks. Not expecting anything. Next week, you passed. You got a greenlit to the next level, higher up in the company. All right, cool. I had no attachment to this whatsoever. Finally, after the third round, she reaches out to me and she says, I want to tell you congratulations. We would like to offer you not one, but 2 book publishing deal. And the first book is, is the book that we've been talking about today. Our Otherness is Our Strength. So I haven't written the second book yet, but I got what I wanted. So one, I sent that one email, this action that I took. I sent that one email, and not only did I get a writing coach, they paid me to write the book. They paid me. I was going to pay them. They paid me. The power of taking action. The power of taking action, even a small one. So maybe you don't have the ability to do something now. But if you start by taking action, even a small one like writing it down or sending an email, you can empower yourself to do things today for your future. And because of my upbringing and the challenges of my otherness, I realized that I had only two choices. One, I could have a fixed mindset and say, woe is me, I'm Latina, brown from the Bronx, and this limited existence is my fate. Or I can decide not to be a victim of circumstance and own my otherness, taking 100% responsibility for my life. I learned how to work hard, to take action, and to fight for what I wanted and needed. Letting my otherness strengthened me, prepared me for a very tough career in entertainment. Turns out being Latina from the Bronx was my superpower. I was 9 years old the first time I saw Brooke Shields on TV, my aluminum foil antenna TV. I didn't know how far I'd get, but I knew there was more for me out there. In 2019, on season 5 of Jane the Virgin, I learned that we were going to have a very special guest star. Do you know who it was? Brooke Shields! Brooke Shields was going to play my nemesis. Isn't that awesome? And we even had a cat fight in water. It was like, oh, yes, let's go. It was so, so great. And in that moment, I realized how far I had come. And then I also realized that I finally got to represent my people the way I felt we deserved. It was a full circle moment and a dream come true. So here I am, fresh from the battle, with a message to share. Embrace your otherness. Let it fuel you. Create your own otherness mantra. For me, it was, I am Latina from the Bronx, and I am going to be a successful actress. What is yours? What could it be? I am Latina from Dominican Republic, and I am going to get that PhD. I am Latina from Guatemala, and I'm going to be the first to graduate high school in my home, my house, or the first to graduate college, or the first to own her own business. What is your mantra? Use it. Let it fuel you. Our otherness is not an obstacle to be overcome. Our otherness is our strength. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, my goodness. Do you all feel like how I feel right now? I was sitting there going, I couldn't close my mouth. I was like smiling. You are so amazing. Thank you. Absolutely amazing. Thank you. Do I know how to pick them?
Thank you. Thank
Absolutely.
you.
She is a friend of Latinas Power.
Absolutely. I'm so grateful to see all these beautiful Latinas here and all these women who are leaders and know exactly what I was talking about today. It's really, really encouraging for me. But the people that I really wanted to speak to the most were the young folks, because I was sitting in your seats. I know what that experience was, and I wanted to make sure that I shared stories that you might be able to relate to so that you could see a light for yourself, a pathway to your own future. Because it doesn't matter where you come from or what your circumstance is. You can be the captain of your ship and you can get to where you feel you deserve.
And crying is okay.
Crying.
I know you're crying. I know. And I see it. I feel it. And that's a good thing. I know. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. You know, the woman that is sitting next to the young girl right there, that's Yolanda Colon. I don't know if you all know her. She's one of the most incredible counselors
Oh, yeah?
of high schools. She's the one that fights to make sure, Yolanda, párate, párate. She's the one that goes up to the school's leadership and says, these girls are going. And she gets them here every single year. She arranges the buses. She gets them excused from schools. So, I mean, this is the kind of Latina champion that we have out here that I never saw somebody like you in my school, Yolanda. And so we thank you for everything that you're doing. Marilyn, oh, can you find Andrea's here? Okay, sorry, you weren't supposed to hear that.
Oh, I didn't hear anything.
You didn't hear that. Yeah. So, Andrea, on behalf of Latinas in Power, we would like to make you one of our Latina Champions 2023.
I love it. Thank you.
And Senator Richard Blumenthal, Certificate of Special Recognition, presented to Andrea Navedo in honor of receiving the 2023 Latina Champion Award at the Latinas in Power Symposium, June 1 of 2023.
Thank you. Guys, can I say, and I talk about this in the book, but I wasn't one of those kids that got awards. Like, I was sitting in the audience at like whatever graduation or some sort of ceremony, and everybody else would be getting, and I'd be sitting there feeling like a loser. You know, but that was a good thing, you know, in a way, because I had to learn that I needed to work hard in order to get any sort of recognition. But I needed to work hard for me, not for outside validation. I needed to do it for me. And then it just so happens that people see your efforts and then they might recognize you. So thank you. Thank you very much. And then I got an award, mommy.
And there's one more. This is Wanda. ¿Dónde está? Párate. Wonderful. She makes the most amazing baskets. Wonderful baskets.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is a relaxation for you to take. Luckily, you're driving, so for you to take.
Yes.
And what I would like to ask you to do, if you would like, is to help me present the Latina Champion and the Community Warrior Awards, so we can have a nice photo with her. Andrea, there's some books that were given as raffles, and if you received it, Andrea will autograph it for you and take a photo with you. And hopefully, if there's time, that you'll be able to take a few more photos with folks.
Yeah.
So hang in there for
Happy
our
to.
Latina Champions. So with that, you can stay right here.
Great.
Okay, yeah, let's do this. So our Latina Champion Awards, we want to say congratulations to the following women and bring them up one at a time. The first woman actually lives in Los Angeles. So as you know, the nominations that come in are now coming in from all around the country. We have a wonderful selection committee that goes through the nominations. And really what we're looking for when you're nominating a Latina is, are they aligned with the mission of what we are trying to do? Are they dándole la mano a la otra? Okay, because you may be successful, but are you paying it forward? And in what way are you paying it forward? That authenticity and that sincerity of what you do without the hidden agendas, that is so important. And why, like, when I get asked to do something, Andrea, and I'm able to, because you can't always say yes, you know, I'm doing it because I want to, it comes from my heart, not because, what am I going to get out of that? Okay, we got to stop that mindset of thinking, what am I going to get out of it, to just do it, because then it gets paid back in so many different beautiful. It's all reciprocal.
Yeah.
So Alondra is a bilingual, Bustos, is that up on the screen? Author, teaching children about mental health in 2 languages, in Spanish and in English. And it was just such a powerful way. So she's in California. Alondra, if you're on live stream right now, we have a beautiful award for you. And yeah, you don't have to bring it up because then you have to bring it back. But we will be mailing it to you, and congratulations on behalf of myself and Andrea Navedo. So I have my notes at the table on each one of these women, so I'm just going to ad-lib. Yoli Iglesias, please come up to the stage. I've been watching you. Is she here? Oh my God. Okay. De momento. I was like, ¿cómo se fue? Ella no se fue. Ella estaba llorando cuando yo la llamé. ¡Ay, no puedo ser! So Yoli, I have been watching her for many years. She has organized mothers in the town of Waterbury. And yeah, you can bring that up. And so stand right here in the middle of both of us. And so mothers who sometimes do not have the kind of resources that many of the women here in the room do, you know, we're very lucky. We're some of the privileged people that have access to an opportunity like this, access to when your companies send you to participate in something like that. There's a lot of people that, you know, will never see the day of that. And Yoli helps, you know, mothers in the town of Waterbury to find what those resources are. And you've been doing it now for how many years?
12 years.
12 years.
Wow.
So, yeah. So do you want to say anything to the
Yes.
folks?
Well, I want to thank God for this opportunity. I feel very honored. And I think that this day has been amazing. I am so motivated and inspired. I want to thank my board because you cannot do what we do alone. And I also want to thank my family and the staff from here for everything. Has been an amazing day. And Madre Latina educate, connects, and empower Latino mothers. So please join us.
Nice.
She's like, give it to me already. I saw that. Leslie, can we, here's our photographer right over here. And from Senator Blumenthal? From Senator Blumenthal, also a proclamation here. Yeah.
Very nice.
And if you could just stand right over here because we want a picture with Paula. Okay, our next. Do you want to call?
Yes, our next winner is Tiffany Morrissey. She is the chair of Advocacy, Connecticut Public Health Association. I wish I knew more, but I know she's bomb ass because
Tiffany, come on
she's
up.
being called. All right, Tiffany.
So one of the areas that we know are very challenging in our community has to do with public health, has to do with health disparities. And so when we look at people that are working in this field, we know, you know, what it takes to, I have feedback, what it takes to stay with it, to really just work with everyone that is trying to change policy. And so if you'd like to come over here. We would like to, thank you. Well, I don't need this one yet. I need this one. You could hold this one for me. Hey, Maria's doing a good job, isn't she? Maria Hernandez. On behalf of Latinas in Power, Tiffany, we'd like to present you with a Latina Champion of the Year award. Woo! Okay, ahora el micrófono.
You're welcome. Oh, you have one more thing.
Hello, everyone. I feel so honored to be here. You are like one of my favorite actresses.
Oh, really?
And I just want to thank the people who have led that way, like Caprice. I mean, being a woman in healthcare in Connecticut in the past 10 years, I saw day in and day out the families that were impacted. And as a public health professional, I found it really important to be in the forefront of figuring out what is it that we need to advocate for and learning about advocacy and how important it is for people like us to have a voice. Because I grew up where my parents were very passionate about what they wanted and they went after it. And I'm so proud and grateful to have an amazing mom and grandmother and legacy, as our speakers have said. So thank you guys. And really, you are all advocates for yourselves in public health. And don't forget to ask for help, especially because the caregivers, you're not visitors, you're caregivers, and you know your families better than anyone. So that's always what I love to advocate for. Thank you, guys.
Yep. All right. Thank you. Stand right over here. Okay. And our next Latina champion. So when this got published out there, I got so many comments about this woman. She said, that is the most deserving person in our community receive this award.
Mhm.
And you know, like when that happens, you go like, oh my God, the committee did such a great job doing this. By the way, Marilyn Cruz Aponte, Erandi Arilin, thank you so much for going through we had 50 nominations for this. And thank you so much for all the work you did and your due diligence on this. So we would like to invite now Jacqueline Santiago Nazario up to the stage. See, I got the hang of it now. You go here first.
Yeah, hi,
right?
sweetie.
Me lo puedes-
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Okay, you can hold this. We got a system going, right? ¿Sabe? Ve cómo son las cosas. Okay, Jacqueline, on behalf of Latinas in Power and Andrea Navedo, we would like to present you with the Latina Champion Award of 2023, and thank you for everything that you're doing in our community and all of your hard work.
Thank you so much.
You want to say something?
It's such an honor to be here today, especially as I look out and see all these amazing Latinas just doing amazing work each and every day in the community. And I find it to be a dream, you know, to be a CEO and be able to save youth who have been impacted by gun violence, and really reach out into the hardest neighborhoods to reach kids that have been otherwise forgotten. And for me, that is the greatest privilege and honor to do it. And just to think that so many of us as Latinas do not get the opportunity to do this. Not because we're not working hard, not because we don't know our stuff, but because there are just systems in place. And so I am grateful for the opportunity to really be a servant and to be able to put our voice out there, because it really does matter. We are in the room, we're at the table where decisions are being made, and that is a change and something that I don't take lightly. Thank you for Latinas in Power Symposium and for providing the outlet for all of us to really have a stage to grow and lift each other up. I truly appreciate it.
Congratulations. You got one more thing. And you can stand right there.
Okay. So this year we added a new category. And it was one of those things, Andrea, when I was thinking about how many women out here are constantly paving the pavement for our community that have been doing this selflessly for so many years. And so I decided to call it the Community Warrior Award. It's our first time doing this award. And the woman that was selected for this, I think you're all gonna agree, is none other than Gladys Rivera.
Congratulations.
Thank you, everyone, for being here and supporting me. When I got the call for this award, I didn't know why I was chosen for this award and what the reasoning was for it. But I look out and I see all of you warriors out here who have in one way, shape, or form helped me get to where I am. I have either helped you or you have helped me. And I just want to give everybody the opportunity to meet each other, encourage each other, and lift each other up, because that's what a warrior does.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Oh, right here. Oh, yes, so sorry.
I should have this down by now.
Yay! Okay, and you can stand right over here. Okay, and, oh, her certificate. And then there's one more surprise award that I'm going to add in here. So the Latinas, okay. The Latinas in Power, we're a very, very small group. It's really just me. And this past year, as a result of obtaining some grants, I was able to bring some more staff on. But just for the last 2 or 3 years, we've just been operating on a shoestring budget, and that's just about to change. But we've had some women that volunteer and that just give their all to support our mission. We had several people actually today that said, I want to volunteer. I want to be part of your volunteer team.
Oh, nice.
So not only do we want to thank Maria Hernandez for the work that she's done on this symposium, Sonia Alvelo from Loans Financial, even though she's an entrepreneur, she would take the 1 o'clock in the morning calls and said, I'll be right there. And Glorimar Hickman, where is Glorimar Hickman? Thank you so much the last few days. And of course, Rebecca Melly, please stand up. It's been absolutely unbelievable. But we do have a Volunteer of the Year award, and this year that award is going to Ashanti Jimenez. She didn't know. Ashanti works at Mass Mutual, and she has been working our social media platform. If you follow us on social media at Latinas in Power, what's our social media thing?
Latinas in Power. Latinas in Power.
At, right?
Well,
It's
on
not
Instagram,
at.
it's just at Latinas in Power.
Yeah. Stand over here. See, I don't know. Ashanti, I just want to thank you so much for the volunteer work that you have been doing with Latinas in Power. And I hope that you will continue to volunteer and work with us.
Thank you so much. I did not expect this at all. I was like surprised, but I appreciate all of you for just giving this option and support for doing all the things that I do for you too. So thank you so much.
22 años. Okay, and her mom is here. Mommy, párate. Párate, mommy. Look, she's crying over there. All right. So if we can have everyone come over here, Andrea, you stand in the middle, and I'll stand on this side. Everyone come on over here for our photo. Okay, we're good. Right here. Right here, it's good. All right, right. Yes, we're ready. Thank you. Okay. Awesome. Thank you. All right. So, oh, you are? What we're going to do is, you see these step and repeats on these sides. You're welcome to take pictures in front of those. But the band, Roberto, está aquí. Flaco, llegaste. Flaco llegó. Luis over there. ¿Dónde está Flaco? They're going to set up, they have most of the stuff set up to play. Orquesta Sensacional is going to play for about an hour and a half. So I hope everybody does stay and just hang out. The bar is going to be open, and we're going to have some photos taken with Andrea Navedo. So anybody who won her book is, do I have the book here?
No.
Is there any winners of the book? Do I have the answer to this? No? Okay, come on up. Whoever won the book, come on up so you can get your photo. And I'd like to
Are we doing a
thank
photo
all
up
of
here?
our winners.
Are we doing the photo up here?
Yeah, we're going to do it right here.
Okay.
Are you good with that? Okay.
Thank you.
So if you won this book, this is an advanced copy of her book. There's a barcode on your tables where you can pre-order it for Kindle. So if you'd like to get her book, it's a real fast read, wonderful story. Go ahead and pre-order. Caesar, if I can have some music. And the bar is now open. Thank you, everyone, for attending the 20th anniversary of Latinas in Power Symposium.
Lo que está pasando, mi pueblo ya está de fiesta y estamos celebrando.